Okay. We are successfully live. Literally right on time. This is just to begin fighting against the allegations that I only use my dictatorial powers to start stream late. We are 19 motherfucking minutes early, everybody. I'm going to be grabbing... Oh, of course I did not. That's why we're 19 minutes early. I didn't do my setup correctly. So I need to open up today's Excel sheet. I need to grab the order, and I need to bang that order on into the chat. All right, none of these are... I feel like we did turtle... What the fuck? Am I going crazy? Okay, we did turtle stew, right? We did turtle stew, so we don't have turtle stew. There's plain simple Steve, who maybe they'll be here, maybe they won't. What's up, Troper? Hello, DMC, Helios, Ontario, HSV. What do you mean rip Gooner subs? What happened to Gooner subs? Hey, Mald, any chance you roast a Tarka the World Render in a short? Depend. There is a literal 100% chance that I do it. I just can't promise when I do it. I will tell you, you make it more likely that I do it if you have a streak on YouTube chats or on YouTube comment sections. Dale, thank you for coming by the stream. I appreciate the lurk, my friend. And then, who was first? It was Joel. Joel, hello. Welcome to the stream, my friend. What are my thoughts on Kenrith and Eldrazi commander decks? Those are two incredibly different things. Do we also want to talk about my thoughts on pasta and shitting yourself? What about trips to the fair and being dumped? We can do this all day. Just two things with zero relation to each other. As long as you want, big boy. Oh, the character Gooner subs. Okay. Yeah, Alec, that sounds about right. Did I post the order yet? No? Then yeah, you can't prove that I didn't set it up. Dark, thank you for the Prime sub for the 8th month in a row, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. But yes, Alec, you will be going first today. What's up, Doodles? What's up, you boy Harden? Fuck, marry, kill, the Magic Mirror Boys. I would hang out chill style with all three of them. That's my answer. Trinket, hang out chill style. Snail, hang out chill style. Elk, kill. That's how it goes. Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the 5 months in a row with the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. And we've also got a random smasher pass to redeem. Smash. Instantly. Instantly smash. Hold on. Let Unfinity cook. Let Unfinity cook. No. Helios, we'll just ban anybody who redeems a custom card. Listen, if I have ever forgot to set something up correctly in the channel point redeems, no, I didn't. It's just a purity test. It is always a purity test. If you fail, you die. Simple as. I'm building a Blink deck, and the idea to put Mana Vault in it keeps calling to me like the Green Goblin mask. I mean, Luna, in a high power Blink deck, if you have a way to utilize the mana, like, why not? What's up, Xavier? Thank you for sounding off. So we currently have Elikman accounted for. We have Xavier accounted for. We have Terrence accounted for. I don't think we have Plain Simple Steve accounted for, but they have a Proton mail address, so it's possible, honestly, that I got put into their spam. Quite frankly, I don't know how Proton mail do, but I know that it's not a sophisticated operation. Mauld, I call upon your wisdom. How do I get my friends to abandon Simic Stompy? You kill them with aggro. Straight up, simple as. You kill them with an aggro deck. Like, the way people don't reason themselves into playing Simic. People play Simic because it's easy and that's why we drink coffee before we hit live. This is why we drink coffee before we hit live instead of just thinking about coffee. 1 second. Okay. Mauled, how do I get my friends to abandon Simic aggro? You don't. A good aggro deck does. Sorry, Simic Stompy. You don't. A good aggro deck does. Nobody is playing Simic because they went into their mind palace and thought about all of these like different strategies they wanted to execute. They're playing Simic Stompy because they want to feel good at the game, and Simic Stompy is the easiest autopilot way to feel good at the game. And so if you beat them without being a dick about it, I want to be so clear, you're not supposed to like stunt on them. But if you show them, oh, here's this thing that's just better than Simic Stompy, and you make it look cool, they will all play that instead instantly. They will, like, it's the same as like if you have somebody who plays a really annoying character in Smash Bros, how do you get them to swap off? You play that character's hardest counter and you make it look cool. And then they have a character crisis. You don't have to pay for the therapy and they change characters. Like if you, New Zergo. Play New Zergo. Smash them in the face with a million like warriors or smash them in the face with combat damage triggers. They'll give up. You don't even have to like, you don't have to hit them with these like dipshit. We're all magpies. We all just like shiny things. You do not have to hit them with any like, oh, I'm going to do this crazy sicko mode control strategy that's going to stop everything you've ever wanted to do until the end of time. You just got to like pop some fucking shades on and be like, damn, that's a crazy Hydra. What if I killed you on turn 4? And they will do the work for you. They will do the work for you. Maul, Drafna and the One Ring every turn until I can copy Ugin's Nexus. Rizla's deck. That sounds like bracket 4 jail to me. My brother, my sibling in Adonalcium. That sounds like bracket 4 jail to me straight away. Let me look at so we're bouncing the One Ring. Yeah, we're bouncing the One Ring until she Ugin on my Nexus. What does this do? Oh, copy it. Got it. Copy it, and then you chain extra turns. Yeah, that's like instantly bracket 4 prison to me, because what this says, so if your protection plan is, okay, I have Drafna, okay, I have One Ring, I'm looping these two for like 6 mana every turn, roughly, right? Maybe you have a cost reducer. Most of the time, you're looping this shit for 6 mana. What that means is you are tapping out to go into your no-no square. This is the arena version, but who cares? So even better. You're tapping out to go into a no-no square, but you're using up so much mana to do it that at any table where this is a reasonable combo, you were just going like, hey, I'm a blue player. Anyone else, win whenever you want. Win whenever you want. If your combo, as long as your combo does not involve doing damage to me directly, do whatever you like. It's the type of like people, this is why linear power scaling doesn't work in Commander, because obviously not strong enough to be in CEDH. Nobody's going to dispute that. Protection from everything is pretty good, right? But there's a number of very common strategies that just don't care about you having protection from everything. and the One Ring is a perfect defense against things that want to deal direct damage to you, and literally useless against everything else. So it's just like, so Drafna One Ring loops seem to me like it's just hell for stompy players, and like the aristocrats player just wins on the spot. If you have somebody who's running Dickhead Exodia of Thoracle Consult, they win on the spot. If you have somebody trying to deck themselves, they win on the spot. If you have somebody doing alternate win conditions, they win on the spot. Like, you have a lot of cards and you can't get hurt, and also you spend 6 mana every turn to do this shit. Yeah, stompy trauma response. Is just show me on the doll where the dinosaur kicked you in the head. What's up, Llanowar Children's Choir? I love that. I fucking love that name. No, Joe Salsa. Again, you're missing the point. Like, so this is number one mistake people make when they are playing into a meta that they don't like and they want to change it. They're like, oh, I'll just play the thing that beats you. That is not sufficient at a casual meta. You need to play a thing that has a good matchup into it, but looks cooler. You must activate the dopamine response if you are going to trick your friends into no longer playing the annoying deck. Like, let's break it down on the slides. Let's break it down on the slides, because this happens over and over and over. All right, so which way, casual man? We can just get rid of this thing. We do text box. My friends play decks I don't like. This is the problem. This is the problem we find ourselves in. So your two paths, or, well, we'll do this. We'll do the path everybody fucking takes, which is I play something annoying I play something intensely annoying that has a crazy good win rate. I play something that preys on the decks my friends are playing, and I win a ton, and I try to jingle the keys or the carrot or whatever you want to call it of, well, if you stop playing this really annoying thing, you could win. Most casual Commander is not actually about who wins. It's about the journey on the way to who wins. And so the way you fix an annoying meta is, rather than doing this, you go the less direct route. You play something that can win an outsized number of games. So you're clearly going to be the best deck, right? You're clearly going to be the strategically best positioned deck, but you have to look cool as shit while you do it. If you play dog shit Exodia combo that they just can't interrupt because they don't have removal, if you play like hardcore stacks into your casual table because you know they can't get rid of it, and you end up winning every game, that's never going to change the meta you find yourself in. What you have to do is you have to show them a thing that they want to copy. You have to show them a different thing that beats them less often than whatever the silver bullet is, but makes them go, oh shit. Maybe I gotta try that. Oh my god, that jacket, that looks good on you. Where'd you get that jacket? Like, you need to elicit the "where did you get that jacket" reaction. And that is how you course correct. Oh, all my friends play this super boring, straightforward stuff, and we have very unfulfilling times. You have to show them the way, but you don't show them the way by punishing them. You show them the way with the positive reinforcement. Mishy Fish, we're not just talking win rates. We're talking about if your friends play decks that are dumb and lead to a lot of non-games, how do you convince them to change? Because the most common response is, oh, I'm going to silver bullet them, and that will force them to change. True. Tartarus brings up the good point, which we've talked about in this chat many times, but not in this particular example. Adult conversations are totally undefeated, but this is also more like adult conversations are mostly necessary when somebody is playing like spiteful decks or decks that are like straight up rude. These bottom two, this is for like, I want to shake up my local meta, but my friends all say like, oh, I like what I play, and they just want to play the same game of Legos over and over and over. I'm sorry if someone pulls out a deck to counter mine. I'm pulling out Niv Mizzet and they don't get to play. I mean, you're not wrong for that emotional reaction, but I'm just talking about how you actually fix it. Because some random at my LGS, right? Some random at my LGS has brought out a deck specifically built to counter mine. I will escalate this mutually assured destruction, and we will just keep up this deck arms race until they admit defeat and everybody claps for me. That kind of makes sense if it's somebody you're only going to interact with once, but this is, again, really about dedicated play group. Meta is stale. How do we break our friends out of the stale meta without making it adversarial or more adversarial than we like? Plenty of playgroups like, hey, once we get into the game, we're going to be real shitty to each other. We're going to, make fun of each other. We're going to threaten each other, stuff like that. So I am talking very narrowly, very, very narrowly about a dedicated playgroup that you want to impact the meta of, and you're going to be playing with these people again, and they are not listening when you go like, hey, I feel like it would be interesting if we all tried new decks. Mauled, at what point do you think it's appropriate for a monocolored deck to include non-basic land hate, a la Winter Moon, Blood Moon, back to basics? Bracket 3. I disagree with WotC's determination on non-basic land hate at only being bracket 4. I think bracket 3, it begins to be appropriate, but you still have to read the room. I would not say, oh, put a Blood Moon in every bracket 3 deck and just like rip it with whoever you walk into, but I would say there are a number of bracket 3 decks where a Winter Moon could be appropriate. I think notably, I think Winter Moon is much more acceptable than Blood Moon. Winter Moon is if you are the non-basic player, if you are like 5-color optimized land-based player, we're going to slow you down quite a lot. Blood Moon, or Bloodmon, hot new Digimon, if you Blood Moon, the 5-color, all the optimized land-based players just stop playing until this is gone. So Blood Moon, I would say, probably waits until bracket 4. You can start doing Winter Moon, I would say, in bracket 3. How do you feel about Storage Matrix in bracket 3? Very likely unnecessary. Like I don't think it's too powerful. But it's probably on like the high end of 3. I'm realizing the only point that I like combo decks is that point after the engine is on and running but isn't lethally absurd yet, the 16 to 64 Scute Swarms period. How do I find a playstyle that extends the outsized value generator feeling for as long as possible? Some other people would call this the edge zone, but not us. Siren, no fooling. The playstyle that is going to accommodate you best is learning Buddhism. I think this is one of the most important things the average commander player can learn. Trying to artificially extend the value generator period is harmful to your overall enjoyment. You need to accept the ephemeral nature of this life we are given and the actions that we take in the things that we do during this life. And you need to savor that moment while realizing that it's going to pass. I am not being philosophical to get to some big funny punchline. I am being dead serious that anything you do, if you begin powering down the value that you generate, you're going to find yourself left behind most games, and you're just going to be a non-factor. If you try to remove payoffs such that you generate a lot of value but never win, that is going to feel like condescension to the table, because they're going to be sitting there like, this motherfucker has 64 Scute Swarms, we should all be dead. Why is he playing with us? Why is he playing with his food? Like, it always ends in despair. It always ends in despair when you try to artificially extend that really juicy part of the game where your plan is coming together but it's not over yet. And that is a beautiful moment. But that moment is going to pass. And if anything, the best thing that you can do is build a deck that can win the game there so you can get into the next one and maybe you get another beautiful moment. But I think anything that tries to lengthen it is like, it's worse for your overall enjoyment. It's worse for the vibes. It's worse for the meta of your playgroup. Like, it's all bad. Because that is how you end up in pre-con jail. Like, pre-con jail is the zone I've talked about before where it's like turn 8 or later. Everybody has some type of value engine online. Everybody's doing some crazy shit every single turn, but the game never ends. And it starts to feel boring, even though ostensibly insane stuff is happening every single turn cycle. You just start to go, oh my god, I would actually allow people to go infinite if it meant we could go home. If you try to angle your decks towards that, it's going to be bad. Dear Maldi, last night I henzied all over a table and didn't feel bad about it. Should I? Jay, I have no idea. It depends on the table. Henzi can do some fucked up stuff. You should, if you are at a playgroup, if your deck is appropriate for that playgroup and you just get the nut, never feel bad about a bust. And by bust, I mean busting into a vault for a bank heist as you steal their life totals. That's obviously what I meant. Nobody be weird. But probably not. Probably not. Henzi is like... Henzi can get up to some bullshit. Henzi is pretty telegraphed. You kind of got to let Henzi work. Hi, Ahmad. Love your content. Thank you, Dynamod. Absolutely formative to my humor for my friend group. I always want to run Urza's Silex to punish green players, but I think it's bracket 4 because it's technically MLD. Do you think typical bracket 3 tables would accept it? This is like you board wipe everything but 6 lands, right? I do not believe so. But but not because it's targeting lands, because it's like farewelling. Like, I think that is actually what would make the average bracket 3 player more upset than going down to 6 lands, is they would probably be like, oh, fuck, we're just, like, resetting the whole... Like, if you want to punish the green players... If you want to punish the green players who spend all game land ramping, you play this shit. You don't play Urza's Silex. Silex is just like, oh, hey... We're all going back to the fucking Stone Age. But this at least, like, oh shit is banned. You play something like this. I don't know. I feel like there's something that... Here, what about this one? There. You play the green. We play the green to destroy the green. Is you play natural balance. Or like really the way you punish the green players is you kill them while they're ramping. Like that is the be all end all. Like, you know how we don't need to board wipe everybody to punish the green players. We need to play fucking Zergo. Specifically one of the new Zergos. Like we can't be worrying about how do we punish the green player turn 8. If we've made it to turn 8, the green player has already been rewarded. Bro is standing there saying, Kame, Hame. And if you don't stab him in the grundle before he gets to Ha, they deserve to Ha. They deserve to Ha. I'm taking part in my first pre-release this weekend. Any advice for a baby Magic player? For pre-releases specifically, focus on cards that just do things. The most common difficulty Commander players have when they try to do pre-releases is they over-focus on these like deep synergies, and they don't do enough of like, if I played this card by itself, would that feel strong? And try to get as many of those cards in a similar 2 or 3 colors as you can, and then put some synergy on top of that. But like Sealed is a lot about, we're just going to beat each other to death really slowly. And you can't be planning for, okay, well, if I get this card and then also this card, then this third card will go over the top. You just have to be like, holy fuck, this card is 3 mana and a 4/4? Playing it. And yeah, you need removal. People in limited are usually banking on like 5 fucking good creatures. If you can shoot one of them, if you can shoot 2 of them, then Jay asked if Zergo would get it. I'm not going to spoil one of my own commander rows, but like, yeah, what the fuck are we talking about? What in the fuck are we talking about? Cad, hit me with that personal question when you get a chance. We also need, I need to do a manual ad break before we start getting into the roast for today. So the order today, Alec Man, Lord Xavier, Terrence 93, and then Plain Simple Steve, if that is their real name, and if they are here. My playgroup often runs a lack of interaction and gets to stalled board states. Any recommendations, or would it be the same as earlier? So I'm going to say you want to follow this same path where you convince them to change by showing them a better way. You don't convince them to change by doing things that are like feels bad. You convince them to change by doing things that feel very good for you and win you the game. And I think for a lot of tables that lead to stalled board states, that is just like better win cons. Like the average thing many casual tables need is to accept whatever their version of Craterhoof Behemoth is. I don't want every deck running Craterhoof Behemoth, but what you need is like, what can I play for 8 to 10 mana that probably wins me the game? If I have any setup, if I've been allowed to keep any type of board state, any of my good synergy pieces, what can I play at 8 to 10 mana that will make me win? Yeah, Elish Norn is a great example. More tables need to calm the fuck down about Elish Norn Grand Cenobite. If you're playing a like white weenies deck and you can't cheat this shit out, motherfucker, I counted to 7. Sacrifice your mana dorks. I do not care. Or yeah, like you want big splashy blanket effects like this that are going to, or even like fucking, yeah, they don't have interaction. That's crazy. Sack your board, bro. I counted to 9. I counted to fucking 9. We gotta be for real. Like I wish that we got to live in a world where Commander was weak enough that we didn't sort of need to build with these cards at this point, but so much, not even power creep, but like power inflation has happened over the last 10 years. And what I mean by power inflation rather than power creep is that instead of like every game ending super quickly or these like crazy combos coming out, even though they have, with power inflation, I'm talking about like everybody's just so girthy. Everybody just produces so much value now. Like it's so possible to even, oh, I draw so many cards, or I make so many blockers, oh, I'm gaining life incidentally. Like there's so much stuff to make it harder and harder to end games that if you don't put in big things like this, you get stuck in pre-con jail. You get stuck in pre-con jail. You need like planned synergies, and you also need in the late game, you need things that you can play where I'm like, fucking 9 mana, I probably win. More specifically, 9 mana, you don't do anything, I probably win. Thoughts on the stance that I want the game to end in a fair fight rather than one unstoppable game-ending finisher? If you do not think Portal to Phyrexia is a fair fight, we have to have a talk about what you think fair is. That sounds to me a lot like Siren's impulse of, I want to extend the game past its natural lifespan. Because, like, Portal to Phyrexia, fucking 9 mana, the token player's fine. Like, this is very, very far from unstoppable. Well, I mean, if you have no issue with Portal, then I think we're making up the problem, right? Because these are the kinds of cards I'm talking about. What's up, Mira La La La? But for 9+ mana, the thing you play should probably win you the game if people don't respond to it. If people don't have a Craterhoof tilts me, Kiora Best the Sea God tilts me. I think so. Craterhoof is often tilting because it's very easy to do this for lethal at really early. Right? It's, you know, if you are saying, oh, I play Craterhoof in my deck, but it has 0 ramp, I have to get to 8 land drops, I also can't make tokens, that's probably a, like, fair fight Craterhoof. Most Craterhoof players are like, oh, I'm playing Elf Ball, 3 turns in, I'm going to have 5 creatures, turn 4, I'm going to slam Craterhoof and then kill somebody. Like, that's frustrating. So I think the more appropriate question is, how do you feel about Elish Norn in a non-green deck? Elish Norn, no green. I fuck with it. then I think you're just having the like hot topic reaction of this has been the archetypal game ender for a really long time, and variety is the spice of life. That's a pretty normal thing. Because I still have a board and something I can do. Would you consider Inkshield a good win con? No, it's a terrible fucking win con, Mr. Orion. Inkshield is a very funny piece of interaction that will sometimes convert into a win, but planning on Inkshield as your win con, openly ridiculous. Be banished to the ad zone. But it's funny. Very, very funny piece of interaction that will sometimes win you games. I've lost because I swung out into somebody and they ink shielded. Like, it's, yeah, very commander playable, very funny. It's going to please you a lot if you ever win with it, but you shouldn't be like, oh yeah, this is how I'm going to get you. Yeah, Miralalala. If you are not in a deck that wants to hold up mana, don't play Inkshield. If you're in a deck that wants to pass with mana open, hell yeah, play Inkshield. Yeah, Starry, but that's also, like, that's kind of where the game is. Craterhoof is the most obvious, but they have for oh shit, Jay Dizzy, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Like, the thing is, where the game is right now, at 8 mana, they're kind of playing the things where if you can't shoot it, thing going to kill you. Because we have the Grave Reaver now. We can say this is not as immediate as Craterhoof. You can probably respond to this at sorcery speed, but this is like 8 mana. 8 mana, if they have a similar amount of setup as the average Craterhoof player does, this is gonna fuck you up and kill you if you can't remove it. And that's just kind of where the game is now. They have decided that 8 mana is the if I have setup, I get to kill you now mana value. Eldalis, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Is talking about weird rashes you've been having for what is talking about weird rashes you've been having for playing current commander a card advantage? I think I'm having a stroke reading that sentence, but yeah. It might just be that I've been Craterhoofed too many times because I have no issues with that either, lol. I think you've just been hoofed too many times then. Like, and hoof is still, it's also like, hoof is so easy to set up. Hoof does not feel, it doesn't feel like the person who's playing it was clever. It doesn't feel like they had a plan. It's just like, oh yeah, what, you went elf, 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 die? Fucking congratulations. So it is boring. If I could put the text of any non-legendary card onto a legendary, I would put Colossal Grave Reaver onto a legendary. We don't want that. Nobody wants that. But yeah, there's a ton of, like, green typically wins through Overrun. If you... This is going to be a hard pill for some people to swallow, but if it is turn 7 of a commander game and the green player has 4 or more creatures in play, you have thrown the game. If you have allowed them to play or generate that many tokens, And it's not because you have interaction in hand, or you don't have something else like crawl space that's preventing them from swinging everything at you, or you don't have something that's going to prevent them from hitting you. Allowing the green player to make it to turn 7 with that many creatures is a failure. That is, like, at that point it may feel bad to recognize that you have lost the game, but you lost the game as soon as it got to that point. I'll say 4 non-token creatures, yeah. You shouldn't be letting that happen. Nobody should. You should either be pressuring them such that they have to take disadvantageous blocks, using removal on the best ones. So I'll elaborate on that to say, like, if it's just, if they have 4 Scute Swarms, sure, you don't deserve death. But if they have, like, for green, yes, including Mana Dorks. For other colors, I would not say including Mana Dorks. But for green, I would say 4 non-token creatures, turn 7, you fucked up. Simple as. I won't try to do the math on tokens because, yeah, there's too many different things that can happen. Some tokens suck, some tokens don't. But if you let them have that many and you do not have a plan in hand, to deal with that shit, that's a big ol' your fault. That's just the game. I'm not going to say whether I like it or hate it. I fucking hate it. Nope, the assumption is not that if they have 4 non-tokens, they have a lot more tokens. I'm saying 4 token creatures, empty board, turn 7, you have made a critical error in your gameplay or your deck building. Simple as. You have either not pressured them enough, you have not brought enough removal, you have not brought card selection or card draw to get to board wipes. If you are passing, if your turn 7 looks like tap out, no interaction in hand, pass to the green player with 4 non-token creatures and even 7 lands, let's say they're on curve, you have fucked up. That's it. You have fucked up. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're going to overrun. I don't know if they're going big mana. I don't know what the fuck their plan is. I'm not even talking about specifically in the context of they're going to Crater Hoof. I'm saying like the average green strategy. The average green strategy, if they have multiple creatures on turn 7, you probably lose. Not even on some like specific line, not on some like specific combo line, some like, oh, this is the specific win con. Just like you can't let them have that shit. You can't. You will die. You will die 9 times out of 10. Now, if somebody else has the out and they board wipe and they save you, like, yeah, then the world gets to keep turning. Yeah, most people do. Like a lot of commander players are falling into the trap, or a lot of commander players fall into the trap Siren spoke about, which is the desire to extend the game to make the like value generation stage last longer and longer and longer. And so I want to be clear that, like, the green player can fuck up worse. The green player can get... What's up, baby?
I'm looking for the vacuum.
Oh, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is a crazy sentence.
I wonder where it went.
Fuck. Like, just because the green player can fumble harder does not mean that that's not a very bad situation to put yourself in. Chat says hi, baby. Hi. So like the green player the green player isn't going to necessarily win on the spot. And this is, I think, like the semantics of stuff like this. Everybody wants really, really like hard and defined rules about this stuff. And it's not hard and defined, but like I also know I'm right that, yeah, 4 creatures turn 7, you have fucked up. You might not die on the spot. It may not be like, oh, this is my fucking green player pseudo combo stompy win every single time, but a mistake has occurred. Unless they're at like 10 life. If they're at 10 life, sure, then I get you. But if they are above 10 life and they and you let them just keep playing creatures and ramping, I don't know, man. I can't help you. God, not even God can help you. Chat, what would be a good what would be a good Golgari deck to put this guy in? I want to have him as a centerpiece, like how Consuming Aberration is for my Phoenix deck. Literally any Golgari deck. You can toss this guy in with no other self-mill strategy, and he still honks. He's just a big asshole. Like the only prerequisite for Colossal Grave Reaver is, does my deck have creatures in it? Does my deck have creatures in it? Then yes, great deck for Colossal Grave Reaver. Have you ever had a story time for the moment Maul decided green was fucked up? It was really early. It was basically immediately. Yeah, Alec, we'll get you after this story time. It was basically immediately because when I started playing against green stompy decks in Arena, I was just like, why don't we just play War, bro? Like, why are we even pretending that this is a game that has tactics? Because every game just became like, okay, they're going to try to ramp. They're going to try to like dork ramp to playing some big shithead. Not even like a crazy good big shit, but like rampaging Brontosaurus or something like that. Yeah. Like I remember a lot of my baby Arena games just being like, hey, can you remove this? No, die. Can you remove this? Yes, win. And it was the most boring fucking play pattern I could have conceived of. I was like, this cannot be the Magic the Gathering that my friends were talking about. I must have gathered the wrong Magic. I must have gathered the stinky Magic. And so I kept playing, and even as rampaging Brontodon moved away from being the win condition of choice, it still just became, anytime I was playing into Stompy, it was just like, I don't know, bro, pick up 10 cards. Don't even pick up an opening hand. Pick up 10 cards, check for a piece of removal. If you don't have it, scoop. If you have 2 or more, show them and they should scoop. And that's how it went every single time. I don't think I ever had a game that didn't play out like that, where it wouldn't be like, where I could have no removal and it was worth playing the game, or I could have a ton of removal and it was worth it for them to play the game. So anyway, we now are going to get into Alec Man's deck. Give him the what fur. I'm going to have some more coffee, though. We're going to do some sippies. We're going to do some coffee sippies. But I've also talked about this where, like, I can appreciate... I am adult enough I am adult enough that I can appreciate other people's not crater hoof decks. I can appreciate other people's stompy decks. I just don't derive joy from it. I derive joy from feeling like a clever little shithead. Yeah, Agu, fair point. Last thing I will say before we move into Elikman's Roast. Casting ramp spells is doing the thing. If I kill you and you say, why me? I haven't gotten to do the thing yet. If you cast Rampant Growth, yes, you did the thing. That is the first 80% of your thing is going Rampant Growth, Sky Shroud Claim. And then the last 20% of your thing is you killing me with the mana advantage you have. So if I kill you after you ramp, I have let you do the thing. Oh, I didn't put a creature into play yet? Play Llanowar Elves, fuck ass. Play a bird. You want a creature in play. Dipshit. Alright. So without further ado, for those of you who have not been here before, my supporters send in a deck list, a primer, and a power rating. We do not accept 1 through 10 as the power rating. We only accept silly to spooky to scary, a scale originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE, which is a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody that knows a little bit about Magic and is paying attention to the game. The primer is a paragraph, or in Elikman's case, a novel about how you think the deck plays, or if it's a work in progress, you can say how you want the deck to play after we're done fixing you. The really important thing about the primer is don't lie. We accept all kinds here, but what I don't want to see is I have the most creative, artistic, beautiful deck you have ever seen in your life, and then I open it up and it is Sheoldred and Sheoldred accessories and a handful of tutors. That's what we're going to get mad about. But as long as you tell the truth, you can come clean about any number of war crimes and we will still accept you. So with that said, we're going to open Elikman's deck. I'm going to skim the primer myself because Elikman is verbose. Okay. We're doing Extus or Oriq Overlord, but very specifically, we're trying to avoid making this a Blood Avatar deck. A little bit of context on that. This is a 4-mana Orzhov commander that nobody other than Elikman in the world has ever fucking resolved, because what everybody does is they cast Awaken the Blood Avatar, which allows you to sacrifice creatures to cost reduce it to make everybody else sacrifice and make a big guy who has an attack trigger. But Oriq wants to be different. Oriq wants to do recursion. Now, they're not saying never cast Blood Avatar, but we want the deck to be mostly focused on Extus, and then we can cast Blood Avatar as a treat. Okay. You said on a past stream that in the process of building a commander deck, you must understand your win condition. You must go into the build knowing exactly how you're going to turn the thing you want your commander to do into 3 dead opponents. I did not know how to do that with Extus, at least when focusing on the front side, so I got a bit of help. Shout out to Coleridge, Space Canary 87, Yakinwaith for helping me with this. That being said, I still feel like it's not as much of a Magic deck as it is an unfinished Rubik's Cube of Stygian madness. Alright, so soft $165 budget. I do proxy, so you can go over it if necessary, but we like to start from relative responsibility because of my internalized biases. No fast mana, no incidental infinites. If the goal is to win by infinite combo, okay. But I don't like Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood. I want to feel different. Gotcha. Tutors are fine in Secret Commander decks if you aren't tutoring for the same card almost every time. Sure. No generic staples. Game Changers might be okay, but I haven't felt the need to include them in any of my recent decks. I love the premise. This guy is bad. So we get creatures We get non-legendaries from graveyard to hand. Okay. And we want to build around this guy. I think an important thing for us to understand is going to be, this screams to me like I'm trying to do a show about sword fighting set in modern times, which is the problem a lot of animes have gotten into. And the thing you have to do to make modern day sword fighting work when like tracer rounds and rifles exist is either the sword fighters need to have superpowers, or there has to be some kind of like technological apocalypse to make guns no longer relevant. The way we translate that into Commander is we either have to find supercharged interactions around Extus's ability, or we have to play stacks. So that is the technological apocalypse. Either we make this deck like Mardu Hate Bears, and we slow everything else down enough that doing Extus stuff is now fast enough for the table, or we have to find something crazy about this. So for Extus, Magecraft, recur non-legendaries. The first thing, well, let's see what you did already, which we already said it's kind of a soup of somewhat appropriate cards, but it doesn't really do the thing. So we have Carrion Feeder, counters for sacrificing stuff, a million things that sacrifice for money or card draw. That's all reasonable. A number of good card alerts. Discard outlets. I do think Big Mardu Self-Mill is probably better than doing card selection. Like, I think most of... like, the discard outlets aren't bad. But I think that you should be more on, like, play guy, sack guy for value. It kind of does the thing, but it's so slow. Alright, because we have 6 drain effects, and, like, the drain effects are basically all we're getting done, right? Oh, we have Annex, so we can make a Satyr on sack. So we have 11 sack payoffs, but half of them aren't very good. Let's see how quickly it plays at present moment. No lands, we will take our free mulligan. We will go down to 6. We will go down to 5. Okay. Sure. I will tuck Ruinous Ultimatum. I will tuck Spymaster's Vault, only because it doesn't... I mean... I'll tuck Bright Climb. I'll keep Spymaster's Vault. I'll be nice. We play this tap. Turn 2. We Sanctum Diamond. Turn 3. We discard Blood Artist. Draw 2. Or I guess I could have Lanterned and then done that. So I will Lantern and then do that. We get to Surveil 1. Mana Rock, we probably don't need that at this point. We play a 2/4 with Double Strike. We don't have a lot of stuff left. We have to honor the God Pharaoh, so we do that. We discard this land. We draw 2. We get to get Blood Artist back to hand. Now we can play Blood Artist, play Shambling Ghast. That'll tap us out for turn. We can Deadly Dispute our own Shambling Ghast. I'll choose to make a treasure. So we get to draw 2, get Shambling Ghast back to hand, which is very cute. Which is very, very cute. Draw 2 treasures. I use 1 treasure and this guy for Midnight Reaper. I use 1 black for Shambling Ghast. I fucking Bone Shard, something else. I make a new treasure. I get to draw a card. I get Shambling Ghast back again. I'll use this treasure into Spymaster's Vault. I'll have Extus connive twice. I'm going to dump this non-land. I'm going to dump this non-land. So he'll come up to 4/6. Turn 7. I hit the Shambling Ghast Gritty. I plumb the Forbidden, sacrificing Shambling Ghast. I get Shambling Ghast back. I also get Callous Sellsword back. I draw 2. And I draw another for a non-token creature dying. Why in the holy fuck do we have giant... I mean, okay, non-legendary we're trying to get back. Sure, sure. We can Westfold Rider. Then we can sack it because he fucking sucks to get a card off of Midnight Reaper. We can Woe Strider, get a goat. I'll scry 1. Okay, we have Yahenni, so the better... I'm going to put that to bottom because I already have sack outlets. We have a really bad creature. We have a really bad creature we can play. But we have a lot. Okay, so I'm going to stop this here. We have a lot of cute things. Like the Plumb the Forbidden. So my understanding is that anything that says as an additional cost to cast, we have to sack a creature. We can use those to free loop something like Shambling Ghast, where we can, the thing that we sacrifice as a cost to cast will be in the graveyard at the time Extus's trigger goes on the stack. That's fun. That's an engine. The difficulty is it's not converting to a hell of a lot. It's not converting to a hell of a lot. I think the meaningful things we could convert to is either, rather than these drain payoffs, which are going to be way too slow, rather than a drain payoff, which is going to be way too slow, if we could sack into Extus being bigger, we could begin to threaten doing Voltron stuff. But we probably do have to lean towards the non-legendaries. Is Hate Bear? No, okay. We got to do some Scryfall wizardry. Oracle tag Hate Bear. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. So we need them to not be legendary. We need them to be creatures. And we need them to be in Mardu. And then we just sneak a little O tag for Hate Bear in there. Alright. So we have basic things like Archon of Emeria, fuck the life payers, fuck graveyard stuff. Charismatic Conqueror's definitely good. Like, I think what it has to be is the stuff that we are looping has to be better than Embereth Shieldbreaker. That's probably like the first thing that is going to make the deck work. Like Douthie would be okay here. Containment Priest would be okay here. You could be total dipshit. You do like... You probably don't want Eidolon of Rhetoric effects because you almost certainly want to be multicasting. You could even get in on some like grand abolisher stuff to protect your loops, because your loops, pretty bad. Pretty bad. We do not want anybody being mean to you while you're doing your loops. You do like imposing sovereign to keep blockers up. You could even do Marble Titan. This would be kind of an interesting angle if we did I'm going to be on Mardu tiny shitheads. Alec, I think you historically overvalue flexibility over the card being any good. Like you see low price creature and artifact removal. I see a creature that you could not pay me money to resolve in a commander game, and then some artifact removal. Mayhem, see, I feel like things like Mayhem Devil, probably a trap for us. It kind of goes into the sacrifice thing, but we're not going to be sacrificing so many creatures that this is a meaningful enough amount of damage. What about... So we probably do not want very many of these. You could do like Spell Tithe Enforcer. This would be a very, very hefty stacks piece to slow down everybody else, because you really do want to be on sort of like mini aggros. Like Voice of Victory, yeah, hell yeah, quite good for you. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Could we do stuff like Anax? I believe Anax is in here. Headless Rider. I mean, these are so many cards. Hold on. Open the Graves. We could do that. That would let us go. What I worry about is then we start getting into like, we probably replace our drain outlets with it, and then we still need something like Cracker Hoof over the top. Because if we do Open the Graves, what I see happening is we go Extus, we play Open the Graves, we begin doing these loops, we get a lot of zombies, we have a board of 2/2s. True, in Garuk's Wake could just be our Cracker Hoof. Yeah, Alec, the route to go, rather than I'm going to do aristocrats, the route to go should probably be every time one of my guys die, no they didn't. Holy shit, don't say that. Debo, don't fucking talk about Sibsig. I don't think this can Sibsig. I think Sibsig fucks up everything else this deck wants to do. What's the her doing? Yeah, this could also do it. This is like slower, but it is just another effect of it. So I like that. What's 9? I don't like 9 Crescendo as much because this is like low power overrun and low power token generation specifically for draft. Hamburger, that is the next thing I wanted to look at. The other thing we can angle into if we do not want to do like hate bears go wide is what will give us a benefit when something leaves our graveyard. So we could do Defiled Crypt, but it's only once each turn. We're not necessarily doing it a lot more often than once each turn, but it is something. Desecrated Tomb will also do it. Fuming Effigy will do it, but so badly. We are not suspending. You could do On Wings of Gold and make this... A lot of the other things we were looking at were, hey, thing died, give zombie. I'm not going to look at your considering section yet because I think we're going to get lost in the sauce of... Like, we're going to get a contact... Our plans are not going to survive contact with the, like, 18 different plans that you might have had for the deck. And so right now I just want to focus on, like, what could be a way for us to utilize these cute interactions and get something that's going to kill people. Quintorius is also a version of this. I don't like as much that... Revelark, if we're on little shithead synergy pieces, is quite good. I like Thrawn Vigil a lot as well. Very low cost investment, allows us to at least moderately threaten the Extus Voltron threat. Like, we do have a double striking commander. At no point should we ever forget that our commander does have double strike. And that is a very useful way to threaten damage. We also have Tormod. I mean, Thrawn Vigil goes infinite if we do, like, Persist, right? Which I don't think we're doing. So now let's look at the considering section and see how these two things kiss. So what were we were considering a whole other deck. Okay, so we did have Open the Graves. We had a lot of other ways to sacrifice, which I don't think we need to be I do not think we need to be deep on other ways to get stuff back to hand. I think we can rely on our supremely unthreatening commander to get things back to hand. Okay. If you don't want to go stacks, what I would recommend, at minimum, everything that says target opponent is bad if you are not going infinite or pseudo-infinite. So like Blood Artist, much worse than Cruel Celebrant or LS Ilkor. I would even say Cruel Celebrant, actually no, these are the same. But much worse because you are not operating on a preponderance of triggers. We are operating with like a very normal and reasonable number of death triggers, which one every time, not as bad, but I think we sacked like, we sacked like 6, maybe 5 things in that playtest. I think we would rather have 5 3/2s and Crackerhoof than we would have this like slow drain effect. Because your blocker situation was also terrible. Like, our blocker situation, if the Stompy player ever looked our way, oh, we were fucked. So this is another life loss that I don't really believe in. I think the Pawns of Ulamog, I think the stuff that's like, oh, I make a 1/1 on death, we should trade out instantly for the things that make creatures with better stat lines on Leave Graveyard. I do really like all these like fucking draft commons that were like, oh my god, I get a thing back, I play it, I discard it, but I immediately get it back. Like, I think that's the juice. Gary is doing fuck all here. Keep Gary 18 miles away from this facility. we are not getting... If the tokens got our devotion up, I would say maybe. Tokens are not getting our devotion up. Oh, shit. You know what you need? Call back. This is the Elish Norn deck. This is the fucking... I spend all game doing my dumb little loops, making my 2/2s, making my 3/2s. Here's mommy. Now my board matters and yours doesn't. You're in fucking Mardu. If you count to 7 mana, you earned this shit. Dubious Phil, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Machine Mommy goes to legally not Hogwarts. Victor, you do not need to be a patron. Right now you buy them through a Ko-Fi commission. But yeah, this is the sauce for how we make Extus work. This is how we make samurais work in modern times. Is we just get an extra samurai for every samurai who dies, and once we have enough samurai, we play goddamn Elish Norn. And we fucking beat them to death. If we are... Watson, I do not think we are on the cuck chair, roaming throne. We probably do want to be on at least one other type of like big banner effect. Whether you want to get into the tracking nightmare that is Kathar's Crusade, or we want to get into some other type of like Mardu overrun effect, you could actually be on like... Since if you kept all of the leave graveyard payoffs to zombies, you could actually be on like shared animosity. You could go for some like, you know, we already talked about on Wings of Gold. You could look into doing Kindred and then just making it so that, hey, all five of my like big payoff generators are going to make the same type of creature type. What about the new Elspeth? I think this is a little too deep in the rabbit hole. I think where is it? So for Overrun, I think this is not quick enough for Overrun. For token generation, I don't think it makes it quickly enough. And requires us to have like 2 other pieces already in play. For removal, I think we're already pretty good on clever removal. Like, I think this is the prime example of not quite good enough at any of the 3 things we would like it for. It does do 3 things. Isn't that nice? Not stellar at any of the 3. Katir, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Great. Okay, yeah. So let's try zombie tokens. We may need to start fucking you up with like Diabolic Intent and Diabolic Tutor. Less so of like, oh, I have a full-on secret commander, but when we put the things like Tormod in, we need to find one. We need to find one before the engine starts going. Diabolic Intent is also like perfectly on theme for what you're doing. Or if the engine has been going, we need to find Elish Norn to cap it off. But I think this would be a situation where your tutor is probably getting one of like 10 different cards at any time, but you are not always tutoring for the same thing. Mira La, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Pikmin, you haven't missed it. Free roast day is Tuesday. And for the person asking about when they go on sale the 6th. Case of the Staff Skeleton. This would be another like very, very cute on theme tutor. That would be cool. So I think that's how you do it. I think you switch from the normal Aristocrats game plan to when things leave my graveyard because I've triggered my guy, I get a guy. When I have enough guys, they are motivated by Mother to go forth and kill. And then I think we have a very straightforward, like, you get some value loops, you have a reasonable situation that can close out the game. I would really want at least, like, well, we talked about shared animosity. But yeah, we do want a decent number of things that will be like, me have multiple zombies, me kill you. Yeah, we could do Moonshaker. Moonshaker would be the other version of this. Like, hey, my board got wide, die. My board got wide, you let me have 8 mana. How about you eat shit? Dale, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Very serious question, Mauled. Besides Comet, is there a Planeswalker you wouldn't smash? Dale, I'm going to try to answer your question in the spirit it was intended and do a little research on Planeswalkers that I think are ugly. There's a very easy out for me because there are a few Planeswalkers that are children. So of course there are Planeswalkers I wouldn't smash. But in the spirit of your question, I will try to find a Planeswalker of consenting age and see if I can identify one that I still wouldn't smash. Tovolar's been roasted on TikTok, Razgriz. No, I'd hit Grist. If I say what I must say, I will be persecuted. If I say what I must say, I will be persecuted. But yeah, I'd say Karn. I would not hit Karn. Fuck that guy. Literal war criminal. Like, actual war criminal. Even worse, he's fucking bald. Fuck that guy. And we have a random smasher pass from Dana Twitch. Smash. Alright, so Alec, to finish you off, I think this is a good dream. I think you have dreamed the possible dream. And I think we can fix you. But I think right now you are like falling into traditional aristocrat loops when we can put hammers inside people. List of cards beside Norn, Tormod, Tival's Judgment. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me find there was one page where we were looking at the Scryfall syntax. Maybe it was this one? Yeah, okay. So Defiled Crypt. This is bats, so we probably don't want this one as much. On Wings of Gold. There's Quintorius who makes 3/2 spirits. He's not zombies, but like 3/2 is a really good starting stat line if to then put Elish Norn in. Skeleton Crew. Tival's Judgment, Tormod the Desecrator. I'm also going to suggest Revelark. Revelark is a pretty just evoke creature that reanimates 2 little guys. If you get a full graveyard, that probably feels nice. Oh, true. Skeleton Crew is zombies, Skeleton Crew is skeletons, not zombies. But I think those are all your creature generators for now. So for right now, I'm just gonna put you under like. Let's move all this shit off. I'm gonna put you back under tune, but I'm gonna put you under tune wrongly. I think you did your best, and I think you did have some good ideas. I think the engine part of this, quite clever. We've just sort of fallen short on like, how, and as you owned up to, how do we convert this into a big win for us? I'm going to second the Gisa. I'm going to second the Gisa mainly because we have a fair amount of like targeted removal that does crime. Crowded, Jesus. It's what? Crowded Crypt. Does this do anything? This is a pretty bad mana rock, but Alec, if you want to be all about your zombie bullshit, you could replace a mana rock with this. This is quite weak, but it is on theme. It is a potential good late game bailout. But yeah, go forth, my child, and remember the power of just punching people in the skull. We saw Magecraft and we thought that we had to be the smartest people in the room. We, in fact, just needed to ball up our fist and punch people. All right, Alec, thank you for submitting. I know this was much more mechanical tinkery than joke slinging, but I like this. I think this is good. I think you've failed terribly because you saw a goth baddie, but I can't hold that against you. And I think we can change this relatively easily without touching the engine and just make the engine give you a better payoff. And then I think it's like solid spooky. Solid, hey, you got to watch this guy. If you let this guy do whatever he wants, he's going to kill you. So yeah, play around with those token generators we told you about. If we get enough crimes for Gisa, holy shit, does Gisa go crazy with it. Gisa does tricks on it, bounces on it crazy style, kills us with a shovel, but we don't care at that point. Perfect, Alec, man. So I'm going to hit the next manual ad break, and then we're going to search for Dale's mystical... Oh, wait, no, we already covered it. It was Karn. Fuck Karn. I hate that guy. Then we're going to do Lord Xavier's commander deck. So I'll see you all very soon. I'm going to get more coffee. Oh, we also get to talk about what I put in the going live message, the new weirdest YouTube comment I've ever gotten. And we've gotten some, listen, we've gotten some strange stuff. We've definitely had some people who are having conversations exclusively with themselves in the comment section of my YouTube videos. But today, you'll see how we're defining weird. You'll see, because the thing is, like, outside of horny jokes, my comment sections are pretty normal. Like, everyone's pretty chill, except for people who are, like, mad about whatever combo I made fun of. But today, well, yesterday, we did the video about Dracogenesis. We did that new, I don't know if I want to call it like a skit, because it wasn't super humorous, but just that video about putting Dracogenesis in Tiamat. And I woke up and somebody commented on that video in all capital letters, "You aren't black. Stop acting like it." Now, I don't know if you have seen that Dracogenesis video, but I think it opens with me going, this live reenactment of the video in which I pretend to be black. Did you get anything cool from Tarkir? Yeah, I got Dracogenesis. It is going to be hilarious in my dragon deck. Oh, nice. I'm glad you're finally trying out being a combo player. What'd you call me? And it goes forward from there. So today's definition of weirdest was just like, I read that and it just threw me through such a fucking loop that was gonna get me. They were like, how dare you fucking put on fake black culture in this video about Drake. I took it as I took it as a compliment that it was the best job I'd ever done of replicating a real life conversation. And that person was like, I had a conversation that went exactly like this with my black friend. Therefore, Maldhound is trying to be black because he perfectly reconstructed this conversation that we had. I have like no idea, but that tickled me. That tickled me because I do look at comments and I try to be like, oh, do people have problems with like stuff I'm doing? Am I doing stuff that's like hurting feelings and not being fun and not being funny or not being clever? And then there's some comments like that one where I read it, I'm like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm good, man. I'm gonna put the hard glasses back on. My fault. But yeah, that shit was crazy. I'm convinced half the people on YouTube are freaks. No, it's half the people on the internet, because I get some weird stuff. On basically like any platform I post on. That's just part of, like, that's part and parcel of, you get some people who literally just want it. Like, every day I think about the reference, who would do that? Who would go on the internet and just tell lies? And every day that number gets a little bit bigger in my head. Also, hello, baby! Everyone say hi to my girlfriend Z, who made us coffee this morning that was super fucking tasty. But yeah, like every day and in every way, I'm like, yeah, you know what? People would just say stuff. Thank you, chat. Good chat. Think about how many people you see doing weird shit in public that make you go, wow, I'd hate to be the person who has to I hate to be the person who has to deal with them on a daily basis, and now they have a way to have one-sided conversations with you unprompted. True. Been thinking about Gunch all day. Semi-related, is Caesar Hound's spouse Zed protagonist? Zoria, I am afraid that I don't understand the reference. Honestly, I wonder sometimes if people get the wrong audio on a short, which does happen, and are paying so little attention they respond without realizing it. That would be funny. That would be funny. However, I know that's not true because I was so confused that I clicked on their profile name, and 10 months ago, they commented the same thing on a different video where I was doing the Benoit Blanc voice, talking about having concise wind conditions in your commander deck. And that was the other video where they said, Maulhound, how dare you keep trying to be black? It's disrespectful. You shouldn't be doing it on the internet. Nebula Astrali, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Rant redeemed from Nazi. How can solo leveling be so good and yet so bad? It's honestly impressive. Well, Nazi, that's because, much like a commander deck, what solo leveling is doing is they are excelling in one category and they are failing horribly in every other category. But like, I like solo leveling. I love solo leveling. Because it's tremendous power fantasy work. It is tremendous. When I watch solo leveling, I'm watching it because I want to see the protagonist succeed. I'm tired of gritty real-life stories where heroes fail. I want to see my hero drop bombs on people from the fucking half court. And that's what solo leveling is really good at. But in the pursuit of that, they have given up on deep characterization. They have given up on side plots. They have given up on complicated plots in general. And that's okay. Solo leveling just knows what it is. Solo leveling is about aura farming. And they aura farm 10 out of 10. The writing's mid. The side characters are mid. Doesn't matter. That's not what they're here for. Yeah, sometimes, like, I love solo leveling. I'm not going to rate it as, like, pure, like, cinema from a directorial standpoint, but it's like fucking 10 out of 10 in terms of just, I read that shit, it banged, I felt good. Done. Reminds me of the moment in WoW where Beeps asked for an invite, then helped the guy complete a quest, and then afterward the dude went, you better be grateful because I know you wouldn't do it for me, then blocked them. That is funny, yes. Yes, that was crazy. Like, some people are just having arguments with themselves all the time, and sometimes you get to be privy to it. Is solo leveling just Sword Art Online, but again? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, yes, I hate that you've put it that way, but you have gotten it bang on. I mean, that is like, I found so with the video that we posted yesterday, it's immediately one of my more popular videos, and although the comment talking about, oh, stop being black, that was the most out there comment, I think like half the comments on that video are people ending arguments I did not start. That entire video was just people projecting the wildest shit onto me and being like, well, you started this fight, but I'm gonna end it, when I absolutely did not start the fight. Mevo, maybe? I have no idea. Is Z the 26th attempt at making a humanoid robot capable of playing magic? No, Z was made in a lab or by some type of magic to make my life better. But no. Yeah, I'm assuming this is a reference that I just don't understand. Oh, Z's the 26th letter. Oh, okay. Understood. Like Android A, B, C, D, E, X, Z. Yeah, okay. I don't like solo leveling because I've already read fanfic where that's the premise and I have no want to continue more of that type of story. See, that's fair. I like solo leveling because I've not read fanfic where that's the premise. I've been reading a lot of Dresden Files where the premise of Dresden Files is that, hey, this guy's life sucks. Hey, this guy's life is bad. He's gonna make it through with a scrape on his knees about it, but his life is quite bad. He's broke. He's bitchless. He's okay at magic. Other people are much better than him. And he doesn't have friends. Pen and Platypus, I'm about halfway through Ghost Story right now. I might have missed the lore bit. How did Aftercare's name canonically become Wilhelm? AKA, how did the German accent start? Okay, so well, it's not German, by the way. It's more of like a Swedish do. I'm going to try to break out of the accent in general so that we don't ruin Xavier's roast. The way the undead RP accent started in World of Warcraft is I had done that voice before, which I stole from the Adventure Zone for Magic Brian. And I like doing the voice because I think it's funny. And I just liked M. Night Shyamalaning the expectations of what undead would sound like. Because all the like undead NPCs are like, blah, 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 blah. And so I was like, oh, what would kind of the flip-flop of that be? And I was like, oof, probably, yes, a very well put together, a refined scientist, yes. I think so. I do believe that is what the undead would sound like if I had my jaw muscles. Yes. Bambi in the Meadow, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Oh, it is, I mean, that doesn't, I don't care. It was, I don't, like, whatever nationality you want to put on that accent, go ahead. In my brain, that voice is filed away under Magic Brian from the Adventure Zone. So whatever geographic location that fits to, sure, I believe you. What's up? How you doing? I believe you. You're so valid for that. Yeah, vaguely European TM, right? Like that's what it is in my head. I don't have it as like, oh, I understand what a Finnish accent sounds like versus Swedish accent versus a German accent. I'm just like, oh yes, I am so precious. I love Bunsen burners. Ooh, everybody use code MALD at gamersubs.gg for 10% off to pay my grocery bill. Yes, please. You can't see the liquid because I have a chroma key and the liquid is green, much like my green screen. But it's very tasty. Magic from TF. I've never played TF2. Oh, let me spin the block on Danny UG's question. Hold on. I saw Z answer it. Does Z watch your content? There are a few cards from your video with Elk that I bet they would love. So Z is either watches or like is associate producer on all of my content. Z has been helping for a very, very long time behind the scenes with making my lighting better, making my framing better. So like Z, if you look at videos that I have done maybe like 2 years ago and you look at videos that I do now, all of the stuff that is making it just like visually cleaner, more appealing on the audio, they have taught me how to do that. For a while, they were just like, here, baby, let me do this for you. And now we're getting to the point where I've learned enough that I can begin doing it myself, and I show them because I'm like, look, baby, I did this, like a child with macaroni art. So Z has watched or helped make a lot of my content for the stream with Elk. They saw the cards before me. They fucking, because they're the Mardu ambassador for this set. So they had the cards before I did, and I was like, ooh, I'm gonna do this set review stream. And they were like, interesting, I have all the cards already. And I was like, gimme. And they were like, you are a security risk. And I was like, God damn it, you are right for that. You are correct for that. If you had the chance to make a Gamer Supps flavor, what would you make it? It would be called Dog Water, and it would be cherry limeade. New pet name just dropped. Who's my little security risk? That's fucking cute. But I still have to talk to my liaison. But like the thing is, I have to get a lot of people to buy the stuff. I don't know what so the line they had given me was, we let you do your own cup. We let you do your own cup if 2,500 products get sold in a 1-year period. They have not gotten back to me on how many I need to sell to get my own flavor. I'm assuming it's probably more. So like we gotta move fucking weight. Do you ever mix your audio yourself and get hit with the, oh, that's very good, but what if you did it like this? Toasty, yesterday's video was, I think, the first thing I've ever shown them, and they were like, oh, wow, that's good, and they didn't immediately begin editing it on my behalf. I think that's one of the first videos I've ever shown them where they were just like, oh, yeah, you're really onto something here. Whereas normally I'll show them the video and they'll be like, oh, this is really good, baby. And then I can see them like cropping stuff, and I can see them changing the zooms, and I can see them like applying audio filters. Hey, thank you, Joe Salsa. Appreciate you. All right. Let's begin with Lord Xavier's Roast before we waste any more time. This is a scary deck. Get a board of legendary creatures and swing out Jodak and Heroes Podium as win cons. I took my Doctor Who Commander Precon and some Assassin's Creed cards and then searched Historic. This is what I came up with. Ah, yes. Notably, scariest deck at any table that has banned Farewell. Love to see it. Spooky Enchilada, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, work in progress deck. Real primers on Moxfield. Got it. Okay. Started as a single Joda card. Got the Doctor Who precon. Got the Assassin's Creed precon. Not precon, cards. Bought a Sika because the mana wasn't working. But I play in my dedicated play group. Playing into Dragon, Kalia of the Vast, Sir Gwyn, Nicol Bolas, and Sithis. So this pod is just entirely playing with Legos. I have an Angel deck for the Dragon decks. Honestly, I hope get 5 unique lands, play the bridge, then I draw a win con or my tutor. So far the deck has not won. Okay. We're gonna. I, I need a fucking ambulance thing on my soundboard. Because this is emergency room. We gotta save this guy. I love the honesty. I love the honesty. Legitimately, prismatic bridge probably too slow. Like what you, especially if you're referencing, you are in Hellpod. This is the entire lineup of bracket 4 maximum security prison. Dragon, Kali of the Vast, Sir Gwyn, anything. Nightmare blunt rotation. So, especially if we are, like, what are we flipping into? Like, so the busted thing about this is, once a turn, get a free thing. Once a turn, get free thing. Hell yeah. What are we getting? So we're making token copies of what we play. We're tutoring for a legendary card, which notably you've successfully found the only deck where this is probably bad, because we'd rather just flip it with a Sika. Oh shit. Dill flavored, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Sir Toasty. And Rockhound, thank you for the prime sub. Baby, thank you for alerting that the alerts aren't working. Welcome both of you to the dog home and dog heaven respectively. Let me get into Streamlabs and see what's wrong with these alerts before we return to the terrible, terrible things you were flipping. It's on? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to fix that off stream. Okay, so if you're going to be waiting multiple turns to try to fix your colors, you are allowing the Dragon player to set up. You are allowing the Kali of the Vast player to swing. You are allowing Sir Gwyn to attempt to ramp in Mardu, which looks suspiciously like taking out payday loans. When we start flipping, that flip has to be really good. I like the number of board wipes we're having. We have some recursion, return historic cards from graveyard to hand. This is flat out ridiculous. This is also, right now, we are live watching the trouble of trying to build from cool stuff we opened in packs in today's world of Commander. Because a lot of things, like dragons or like Kali of the Vast, are so straightforward to build well that if you try to cobble it together from multiple sets you opened where you're like, oh, these sets were so dope, you're going to end up with this, which is kind of lost somewhere in probably the like 2 or 3 zone when you're playing against people who are just going to kill you on the fucking spot. We flip to... And when I see things like Shanid, Sleeper's Scourge, I get deeply sad about the deck that could be. I can tell that we built this from a Joda deck. We can see its bones all over the place. Joda decks look very, very different from a Sika decks. Joda decks, you're trying to build this cascade engine. You want to be hard casting a ton of stuff. A Sika decks, you just want to get a Sika out and then just fucking wait. Just hang the fuck out. I get 1 free creature a turn. What the hell are we talking about? Why would I worry about casting anything? Why would I worry about, drawing cards because I'm casting legendary spells? I'm not casting legendary spells. I'm hitting my upkeep gritty. And so the legendary crew part of this deck seems like a holdover from when we were playing it as a Joda list rather than what we would actually build towards a Sika. And this is what I mean when I say we can't just look at the words on a card to dictate how we want to build the deck. We have to think about what is the perfect game plan for this deck. What sequence of events makes us the happiest. For Prismatic Bridge, it probably looks like I want to get Prismatic Bridge down as quickly as possible and begin flipping things. After that, we need to get the fuck out of the way to let Prismatic Bridge do stuff for us. And so, let me put it to you this way. You have 27 things you can flip with Prismatic Bridge. Do you think those things are roughly equivalent value? Like, would you be just as happy flipping Hajar as you would Captain Sisay? Hopefully not, unless you are guided entirely by your crotch and your buy. So the first thing I'm going to recommend is we probably want to be ramping with instants, sorceries, and artifacts to try to ramp to the Prismatic Bridge without building up a density of like bad creatures that we don't want to flip after the fact. We probably want all of our creatures to be just like drop dead bangers. And that's how we handle business. So I do like the tag explosion, energy beams, fixing. That's not true. You mistagged this, or you don't know what fixing means. Historic crew. So we're giving, I mean, historic creatures double strike. It's not impossible. We can focus on legendaries. Whenever you cast a historic spell, draw a card, shoot this man in the head. I think what we're working with here is you have two decks you're trying to force to be one deck. We have two decks. We have the Joda deck that wants to cast a bunch of legendaries, and we have the Asika deck that wants to sit back and just allow crazy shit to fly onto the table. And so I think you will, first of all, be immensely better off separating the two. All right, so we're putting Joda as the commander. If we put Joda as the commander, hammers become instantly unimportant. Joda is hitting everybody with the fucking hammer of friendship, right? Yeah. Everything with Joda, everything is a 1 million, 1 million. And so if we swap to Joda, indestructible with 4 more historic cards in the graveyard. When Javi or another legendary control dies, return legendary with lesser. Okay, get shit back. Give stuff double strike. Draw a card. Make a 1/1. Okay, so how many of these cards do you want to keep just because you think they have that shit on? We have a ton of things that kind of help, but things like Perry Brown, you probably don't need to be giving your first historic spell every turn Convoke, because you want to be spending the first 3 turns of every commander game money laundering. We don't want to tap our other creatures to cost reduce. We want to slam the 18th big shit of the game onto the board and then swing our motherfuckers. And so things like Perry Brown seem like word cloud disease. They're very at odds with what the deck actually wants to do. You don't want to be like, haha, I've cast something for cheap. You want to be like, oh yeah, I paid 7 mana for this guy. You explode now. Bozo. So like Perry Brown, if you're just like, damn, she bad, I have a 1-to-1 swap for you. Damn. Also white. Also a mom. Also has that shit on. Same card, basically. Same card, basically. Think about it. Just think about it. All right, nothing is sacred. Okay. Jamie McCrimmon, also very cute. Some of these are geared towards, oh, imagine the world we could live in if I cast multiple historic spells in a turn. That's not where you're living. You are Timmy one spell. You are not Johnny two hands. Your storm count? Never. That's your storm count. This is storm count never the deck. You are going to cast one big fucking guy every single turn. You are going to cascade into a second thing, and you are going to swing what you have. So the things that go on the idea of, I'm going to do Legendary Storm. God, Joyer is just so good and so bad, if you know what I'm saying. But Jamie McCrimmon, for sure. Aya of Alexandria, for sure. Arbaz Mir, for sure. This is just bitch made. In I'm Draw, like there's just a whole different deck for this guy. This is like, oh, I'm going to Death by 1,000 cuts you when I could instead step on you with a 5/9. Fuck him. Surtur, Fiery Jotun, also straight out of here. Who cares about 3 damage? We're doing banners, motherfucker. Also don't like Tegan Jovanka, mainly because this is like 3 mana setup piece for 1 important historic creature. Joda is all about banners. Joda is like, I'm getting big banners. I need something that is going to give my whole board trample. I need something that is going to give my whole board indestructible. I need something, those are the things that you really want out of Joda. Then 6 Dr. Fucks. This is perfect. We're not leaning into Historic Storm. Anybody who thinks we're doing Historic Storm, please go to sleep. You are obviously not well. This is perfect shit for you. We get trample. We get haste. We hit you a million fucking times. We get vigilance. We get trample. We get double strike. You fucking die. Like, these are the type of things that are going to be really big in a Joda deck. And then after that, we can do less board wipes if we do something like that. Because if we do the Joda plan, we're fine. If the board's full, we win. If we ban Farewell at this table now, we win. It's scary. Yeah, War Doctor is totally applicable. So if you don't know this particular interaction, when you cascade, these count for War Doctor 1 at a time. This is like best card in your deck. Best card in your deck in Joda. Because depending on how long you cascade for, this just puts 20 time counters onto him. This is a nuclear missile, and I would not recommend it if not for the fact that you were playing this shit into like Kalia Ur-Dragon hell. Everything in this recursion section, get it the fuck out of here. So Shanid, playable now. Fuck this guy. You have a cute bird. This is not scary. Very playable. I think, honestly, win more. I don't think he does. I don't think we have enough, like, ETBs. Dejero and Hazaret, absolutely crazy. Captain Sisse, absolutely crazy. Cadric Soulcaller, probably fine. Yeah, probably gets you to a lot of combat damage really, really quickly. And then Crystal Skull, perfectly spooky, not scary. Bident of Thassa, fuck it. We do not need to draw cards off combat damage when we have killed a motherfucker. We have killed the table. Who cares how many cards I have in hand? Arwen's Gift is not... It's not the worst, but this is like a draft card. I'd love it if Mauled would say, I got Mauled to say this. There you go, Marogue. So what I think we need to beef this up with... Yeah, we're just gonna take this little win con and we're gonna put Joda in charge. 1372. It came in as a prismatic bridge deck. We took one look at it and went, hey, this is kind of really bad as a prismatic bridge deck, but looks kind of like a Joda deck. And they were like, yeah, it's a Joda deck. Heroes Podium is honestly might be unnecessary. Displaced Dinosaurs is too funny. I can't force you to cut it. Capitoline Triad, ridiculous. This is a trauma response. Just kill people faster. We'd rather just have a protection piece than be like, oh, what am I going to do in my grave? Or know what you replace this with? Because this says, hey, I need an out for they've board wiped me a ton. It's turn 12. I need to do something with my graveyard. Mommy's here. We have yet another mother in yet another stupendous fit here to save the day. This is how you capitalize on a full graveyard. You do not try to do, you know, fair one-off recursion. You do not try to do like, oh, I get 9/9s. I would just like all of my creatures back, please. I would just like them all back, pretty please. And then for a lot of these other cuts, what we replace it with are things, just big ramp shitheads. So you need you some birds. You need you some Sky Shroud claims. You need a lot of dollars. You need you some bloom tenders. Because what this will do, once you have your commander, boom, dumbass taps for 5. Right? We're not gonna get crazy sauce because we're talking about fucking Joda the Unifier. You are in basic bitch territory. The best we can hope for is we have to do basic bitch really well. Nothing is wrong with a pumpkin spice latte, but you cannot fuck up the foam. Other must-haves. Delighted Halfling. Delighted Halfling, crazy good. So things we're going to do. Let me pour a little sugar on you for how we win combat against an Ur-Dragon deck. First and foremost, we've talked about Elish Norn. You want card draw and you want to win the combat damage step, you have Massacre Girl Known Killer. Immediately, we give creatures Wither. Nobody is going to want to block us. Nobody is going to want to swing into us. Fuck them. We don't even need, like, we can cast this before Joda. They already have Relic of Legends. They had that in the Relic of Legends, I believe, was one of the cards that, like, tipped us off to, oh yeah, this is a Joda deck. Well, Xavier, you're trying to build a 4, right? I presume. If you are playing into Ur-Dragon Kalia Sir Gwyn, I think we have to bring you like pretty close to. We have to bring you either into bracket 4 prison or like solid 3. Solid 3, or we go into 4. If you want to build, like, if you want to use all your Assassin's Creed cards, I think that's like a different deck and we can work on that at a different time. No, this isn't Fuck It Core Augur, because Core Augur doesn't clinch the game for us. We just want to kill people. So let's get a clean take of here's the stuff I think you should cut. I think you should cut Arwen's Gift. I think you should cut Bident of Thassa. I think you should cut Crystal Skull. I think you should cut Sinu. I think you maybe cut Gandalf the White. I think you should cut Layla Hassan. I think you should cut Staff of Eden. I think you should cut the Animus. I think you should cut the Curse of Fenric. I think you should cut the Night of the Doctor. This is perfect. I think you should cut What Must Be Done. I think you should cut Eowyn Fearless Knight. I think you should cut the Pandorica. I think you should cut Joe Grant. I think you should cut Arbaz Mir. I think you should cut Aya of Alexandria. I think you should cut Jamie McCrimmon. I think you should cut Cassandra Eaglebearer and the Spear of Leonidas. I think you should cut Perry Brown. I think you should cut Surtur. I think you should cut Tegan. I'm beginning to feel bad. I'm beginning to feel a little bad. You can keep Caduceus. You can keep Excalibur. You can keep Displaced Dinosaurs. I think Heroes Podium probably becomes unnecessary. I think you cut the Capitoline Triad. So that's like 25 cards we now have to work with. I think the things that it would be ridiculous to not add, the things that it would be no, don't scrap the deck. We definitely have a shell we can work with here. We do not. There's all the stuff that we keep is going to feel very good for us. I think the things it would be, you need a strong argument to not add Invasion of Fiora. This is a thing where we can kill all the non-legendaries on the table, and it will be sick as fuck for us. Then there's veggies like Bloom Tender, Birds of Paradise, Delighted Halfling. This is just like, hey, I'm going to be able to cast my spells and you're not going to be able to counterspell me. Kethis is fine. I think unless we're really on self-mill, we do not have to have Kethis. We already have desynchronization, which is great. Things I think would be very good for you, but I'm not going to force you at gunpoint to add. Elish Norn. Massacre Girl that gives Wither. These are things that are going to make the combat step tremendously, tremendously fun for you. O'Hare Kaslam. This guy is going to have innate trample. He's going to flip more big things for you and just make the biggest creatures ever. Oh, did Z say hello again? I saw somebody else sound off for Z, but I was lost in the sauce. No, I don't see them. Okay. Other good things. Surak and Goreclaw. This is going to give everything trample. It's going to give everything haste. Ratatouille. Very powerful. If I get board wiped, no, I didn't. And so these are some like standard, I'm going to say like not particularly, they're not saucy, they're not spicy. This is like we have put salt and pepper on the steak. These are going to be very strong. These are going to keep you relevant in the face of the pod that you have described to us. And then after that, you either have room to bring back in cards that you think are flavorful, you know, things you've pulled that you really, really enjoy. You do almost certainly need more ramp. Like what you want every game, turn 1, 2, and 3, I am trying to ramp to Joda. You want turn 4 Joda to be standard operating procedure for your deck. After that, you probably want a few pieces of one-off interaction. This is going to be some of the more boringer stuff, but if you are playing into an Ur-Dragon pod, a Voltron pod, and a Kalia pod, you definitely want some stuff that's just like, hey man, please don't hit me with that dog shit. If you hit me with that dog shit, I will be forced to intervene. I don't want to intervene, but I will be forced to. Annie Joins Up is in the deck, Eris Time. And because you're in 5 colors, you get all of the best interaction in the game. You get to Swords to Plowshares. You get to stroke people in the nighttime. Yeah, Jane brings up a really good point. One of the most powerful things I ever learned to do was, as a free action, I am going to reveal the kill spell in my hand and ask you nicely to not make me use it. And it'll work. Oh, thank you, Alistair Bear. What would you think of Isildur's Fateful Strike where it triggers Joda? What is it doing? Honestly, it's cute. If we want to keep the Joda deck as thematic as we can, hell yeah, pop that in there. We're not doing expend 8, Danny. I think there will eventually be turns where we spend 8 mana, but what is much more likely is just a lot of turns where we tap out for like 6 mana. We don't really have anything we want to cast for 8, and we're probably not going to be on the appropriate amount of mana to like double cast things. Vraska Joins Up. Oh yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. Darksiders, don't ask about the curve on this. This curve looks like a mountain that is about to fall over. This is a mountain moments before avalanche. But yeah, Vraska Joins Up is crazy. We drop that in instantly. Do we have Kamal's Druidic Vow? This would be quite good for you. Like, I think one thing we have Annie Joins Up. One thing we got to be crazy on top of is we are the pumpkin spice latte. We are not trying to do anything crazy different, but we want works every time. Tastes of pumpkin. Tastes of nutmeg. Tastes of clove. People will pay $6 for this at the Starbucks. Like, this is the point where accept the EDH rec into your heart, look for a couple creatures that make you quite happy. Man, I'm going to have to do a lot of proxying, eh? Yes, Xavier. If you want this to be scary, you could definitely, like, if you just put Joda in the command zone and played the deck as is, I would say it's probably spooky because Joda's just a good card. I'm trying to orient this such that you're going to keep up with all the crazy motherfuckers at your table. Oh yeah, is one person really good at pillow forting? Imagine how mean you can be to them. Imagine if you said, "Fuck you, Greg, I don't care about propaganda." You got him. You got him. Oh yeah, you could War of the Last Alliance. That's really, really good for you in this deck, even though it's non-legendary. This lets us pick and choose which legendary we want. Getting double strike on them is really strong. We probably like War of the Last Alliance. War of the Last Alliance, step 2. We find Serac and Goreclaw. Play Serac. I mean, it's historic, yeah. Like it hits the historic requirement. It just doesn't hit Joda's legendary requirement, but it hits all of our historic stuff. Dale, thank you for helping out that other YouTube chatter with the roast info. But yes, that is how you get the deck reviewed. So the 2 ways right now to get your deck reviewed. The first Sunday of every month, we sell commissions on Ko-Fi. Those commissions are going to be $50 this month, which is a meaningful increase in price. I am sorry about it. You can talk to my pension fund about that. The pension fund is nothing. We're doing that because we're now doing free roasts once a month. That's going to be April 1st. On April Fool's Day, we're going to do the free roast stream. And you can use Twitch channel points to try to get into a raffle to get your deck roasted for free. The only other way, at any point, I will roast your deck on the spot for $500. Whatever else we're doing that day, I will stop it. I will be like, hey guys, guess what? We're doing deck roasting now for $500. I don't think we need Pramicon. I think we just crash out harder. Sereth is probably quite good here. Giving everything Death Touch. Giving our untapped things hexproof so they can't shoot Joda. And then we just want literally tons and tons of ramp. This can't be all cool creatures. I would say you want probably like... You probably want like 15 to 20 pieces of ramp. Yeah, Fabro Elder would work. This is another thing of like Bloom Tender where it can tap for a ton. Is Sonic Screwdriver right for ramp? Honestly, fucking put it in. Rock out. Rock out. This is, if you want this to be one of your for fun cards, hell yeah. You're probably not untapping artifacts. But you know what? Unblockability matters. Ramp matters. If this gets you to turn, anything that gets you to turn 4 Joda, because make no mistake, you need turn 4 Joda. If you are going to be relevant, you need turn 4 Joda more than you need a hot meal, more than you need a bed to sleep on. You need turn 4 Joda. So Helios, I'm trying to look at K9, but Scryfall is not loading. So I think that you've broken Scryfall by making bad card suggestions. What's your defense? Sorry, Helios. Sorry, Helios. I couldn't hear your defense over you being banned for breaking Scryfall. Fuck ass. It's crazy. Everyone pour some out. Pour some out for our boy Helios. Danny, if I look... Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm gonna scroll past the deck's mana base really fast. I want you to understand Xavier is willing to proxy, hasn't done it a lot yet. I'm gonna scroll past the mana base really quickly. If I look at it too long, it's like staring into the sun. You will go blind. It's not good for you. There's nothing we can learn. We just have to change it. So many basics. Not the thriving. Oh, God, fuck. Oh, 2-color lands that we can't fetch. Oh, my God. Oh, unfetchable triumphs. Oh. Okay, it's over now. It's over now. Let's look at K9. Legendary creatures ward 1. Target legendary can't be blocked. I do not mind it. I do not think it's phenomenal. If you think, hey, Xavier, if you pulled this and you think the card is cute from your Doctor Who cards, let her rip. Let her rip. Cute enough. I think you would much rather be on board-wide devastation than you would be on individual unblockable guy gets in over and over based on the other commanders you're playing into. It is a low mana investment. I think Ward 1 is not meaningful protection. That is a meta call based on how greedy the table you play with is. I think this deck is much more threatened by a board wipe than it is by targeted removal. Hopefully, I mean, it really is like you play this. If this is ever in your opening hand, mulligan instantly. What you want this guy for is you want to cascade into him. You never want to play him before Joda. You just want to hit Birds of Paradise, and then you want to like play something with Joda, and then if you get this guy, sure. But you never want to keep him in your opening hand. See, Primeval seems like more of a... I don't know, it can work, but also just like fucking... just Rise of the Dark Realms. Because if we got board wiped, we probably don't have a legendary creature anymore. We probably don't have the requirement to cast Primeval. So now we're tapping out for Joda again and then casting this. So like, good card, does say legendary on it. Do not think it fits in the game plan. Square peg, round hole. And it's only Argrave. Ontario, they would be playable, but I think it's like we're going to do all that work when we'd rather just get the free shit. We'd rather just get the free shit, man. What do you think of Daihata? Bad as fuck. I cannot legally recommend them because I don't fuck with Planeswalkers. Dope as hell, though. So for right now, we're giving you... We are all over the goddamn place. Oh, this is your usual method for deck building. We're gonna have some YouTube videos for you, Xavier. Oh, we're gonna save you. We're gonna save you big time over the next couple months, my friend. So the number one piece of advice I'm gonna give you, as you continue changing this deck, if you make edits in the future, rather than just think of, is this card good? Think of, what do I want each turn to look like? Does this fit in with what those turns look like? Or do I need to change more to rebuild the deck around it? Like when you go, like that's the thing I brought up with K9. Is this a good turn 1 for us? No. We can still put it in the deck, but we want to be on like turn 1, hope I ramp. Turn 2, hope I ramp. Turn 3, hope I ramp. Turn 4, hope I play Joda. Turn 5, does it say legendary on it? And so that follows through with other commanders as well. As you can't just think about, does this work with what the card does? Think about, what is the path my deck is going to walk? And does this act as a guardrail for that path? Or does it act as a different path that has shiny shit on it that is going to make me run into the woods and get eaten by a bear? I didn't know gold fishing was a thing until I started watching you. My child, your life is going to get pretty cool over the last 3 months. Listen, I'm going to keep it straight up with you. I'm going to keep it a whole stack with you, my child. We're going to make your life a lot better, okay? You're going to play some cool decks. You might even win a few games of Commander. It's going to be righteous, all right? You keep it tight. So I chuck you into this fuck-ass ad break. Thank you for submitting. Next, we're going to do Terrence's deck. Joe Salsa, discount code for gamersups.gg is mauled. You get 10% off. If anybody has never tried GamerSubsGG, which I've personally tried now and can attest is quite tasty, code mauled will get you free shipping on free samples. Literally $0 investment. You can go to the site, pull up some samples, use code mauled. You'll get totally free samples shipped to you for $0.00. You can decide for yourself if you like the product. If you do, I ask that you use my code again when you purchase it. If you don't, damn, I'm sorry. Damn. Pull all this back up. 9 Enjoyer, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. It's not you boys. What's your favorite flavor? I would say favorite right now, tied between Guacamole Gamer Fart and Soda Pressed Despair. Nissa, I've not tried the Sleepy Time tea yet. I've put in an order for the Sleepy Time tea, so I will be letting you know about how good the Sleepy Time tea is after I've had it myself, but I've not yet tasted that. New to the stream, Mauled, how do I go about submitting decks for roasting? 3 ways, Mankey. Way number 1, purchase a commission on Ko-Fi. These go on sale the first Sunday of every month. It will be April 6th is your next opportunity. This is $50. They are first come, first served. Signups have been historically competitive, but we have just raised the price, so they might become less so. Other way, there's 1 free roast stream every month. Right now, you must be a Twitch viewer because we are using Twitch channel points to run a raffle that will get your deck roasted for free on the spot. Third way, you can send me $500 right now and I will stop whatever I am doing to look at your deck. Is that a joke? Yes, but also, if somebody's going to throw $500 at me, fuck am I going to say about it? But those are the 3 ways. I am going to run and use the bathroom. I will be right back, everybody. Well, gamers, I forgot to cross-post my latest skit to Instagram. I had to take care of that business. Zorn18, thank you for the Twitch follow. And Legit Ampty, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. God damn it. Instagram does need to know that I'm trying to be black. God, son of a fucking bitch. You're so right. You're so right for that. That's my fault. Joe Salsa, thank you for the Gamer Subs GG purchase. I appreciate you very much. Regarding the raffle, at what time are you going to run it? I asked because I would probably arrive home 2 hours late from the start of stream, and I'd like to be able to participate. Okay, so the way the Twitch raffle is going to work, which is happening on Tuesday, by the way. So I think we have like 2 more days, or you have 1 more day. The way the raffle is going to work is we are going to pull winners 1 deck at a time. So it's going to be like roast deck, pull next winner, roast deck, and that's going to go until I say that we're done. And so what that means is you will still have an opportunity to participate if you join later in the stream, but it will get less and less likely that you get selected because more and more total people will have had time to enter. Pandora's Vault, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Harvahall, we don't yet have an exclamation point command for gamer subs because I will just hit you with this. Here's the command for gamer subs. If anybody asks about it, I just hit this little shit, and there we go. We do have a command, though, for our main channel sponsor, CoolStuffInc.com, who sells trading card products, and you can get 5% off with code MAULD. Amazing. Nine Enjoyer, will there be repeat winners? Yeah, I'm not gonna ban repeat winners. All right, Mauled, I caved and I bought the silly name supplement. Thank you, DMC. I hope you enjoy it. Yes, and for anybody who can't show up this month, we're going to do one every month. It's going to be a monthly thing, so you will have another chance. Hey guys, is there a command for Mauled sponsorship with GamerSubs GG? Yes, there is. It's called me doing this. Bit's over. Bit's over now. Oh yeah, the Soda Press Despair. Yeah, it's hard to bring these out in public. Thank you, Tiatan. Oh, they don't do UK shipping? That sucks. Yes, CAD. Guacamole gamer fart. Oh, true. Will the free roast be the same day as the raffle? Yes, it will be live roasting. You need to have your deck list and primer, like, ready. It needs to, like, primer on Moxfield. You have the deck list ready to, like, copy, paste, or put into Dear Mauled Hound. Do it right there. It's going to be done live. It is not going to be, you win the raffle, we schedule you for later in the month. It's going to be, you win the raffle, you get roasted that day, you are done. You'd have to wait till I'm not at work to browse the site. Yes, that is the big... When I talked to them, they were like, oh, we really like shitposting, and it seems like their flavor of shitposting is crazy boobies. Wait, how do we send you the deck list if we win? It's Red, there's going to be a couple ways. I'm going to have a email address that you can email the deck list to. We have a command to join our free Discord, and you can submit those decks in a channel in our free Discord. There will be a variety of avenues to get the deck list to me. I only ask that you please have the primer typed up with the deck list before we review it. I have smoked 2 pork loins in the time we got through 2 decks. So what I'm hearing is the average deck roast is as flavorful and savory as a nice juicy loin. Thank you, real name. I appreciate that. FMK, Chandra, Nissa, Liliana. Kill Chandra, fuck Nissa, marry Liliana. I cannot elaborate. I think I will be less persecuted for my answer than I will be for my elaboration. I think the elaboration will get me in more trouble than the answer does. Nimi Phoebe, as hilarious as you want. You don't need to work hard for it, but I would prefer do not try to be so funny that they stop being accurate. That's what I'll say for your tags. Please, if you're going to do something funny for your tags, make sure they still describe the intent of their role in the deck, because ultimately, most of the time, I am trying to help you, at least somewhat. All right, Terrence, are you still here? Are you still ready to go? Yeah, Kellerax, if you're not creative at all, that will not be a problem for you. Entario, yes. If you get lucky, you can get 2 roast 1 stream. Hell yeah. All right, let's see what Terrence has brought for us. Spooky. Topical. Tiamat has returned, and she has designed 5 perfect weapons to multiply their numbers, lay siege to her enemies, and rise up from the grave if they fall. Ideally, the deck wants to ramp into Tiamat, throw down Dragon Lord Koligan to use as the harbinger of the Immaculate 5. Then you want to summon as many of the 5 as you can while you get the cloning vats operational. Let them know fear. I think you're based. I hate Stompy. I think this is awesome. I think, yep, it's these fuckos. It's these fuckos. It's the fucking secret commander dragons that everybody uses. Okay. On premise, I love this. On premise, this is the fairest list of 5 dragons any Tiamat player has ever shown me. What does Koligan do? It gives them haste. Beautiful. Now, there are a number of things that could ruin this bit. There are a number of things that could just absolutely ruin this bit, but I love the start of this bit. Action Surge. 1 guy gets double strike. Extra combat, double strike. Sack treasures, give double strike. Okay, we're still on. Cheating the 5 into play. Minion of the Mighty, Monster Manual, Ovia, Sneak Attack. Reasonable. Cloning vats. ETB, make copy. On swing, make copy. Double major, make copy. Endless Evil, make copy. Glasspool, Mirror Hall, Quasi Duplicate. Sarkhan. Oh, holy shit, Sarkhan's relevant. Okay. All on copies. All on haste. 37 lands. Who gives a fuck about your card draw? You're ramping into draw 5. Faithful Men, this smells like I owned this card. This is the first thing I'm going to push back against. Like, Brainstorm and Faithful Mending seems like you had these. You just had these around. Like, Night's Whisper, Phyrexian Arena. God, even Ponder? Like, what the fuck are we... Hold on. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, discard draw is fine because this has haste stapled onto it, which is crazy important for you. I did have them, yes. Okay. So we have, I think, 3 cuts off. Or Brainstorm. Brainstorm I will let you keep because it's look at so many. But Faithful Mending being card negative, I mean, you can maybe work with it. You can maybe work with it because you just need to like get the ramp in place to cast Tiamat. But I don't love it. Ponder, though, we got to get this shit the fuck out of here. What is perfect may never die. Return to battlefield. Return to battlefield. Return to battlefield. Chill, chill, chill. Okay. I love this. So much ramp. What's this curve look like? Bro took this shit to H&R Block before they showed it to me. Who fixed this for you? No Dragon player makes a curve like this themselves. Who fixed this for you? What CPA did you contact? This looks like it works. Yeah, 8 dragons. The only 8 dragons that matter. Hey, does this shit say Tiamat, oops, all dragons? No, this shit says Tiamat, the rise of the Immaculate Five. It's the first Tiamat deck in the world I trust to execute their game plan, and that game plan does not make me want to projectile vomit. Okay, terrible land, but we get a guy. Brother, hold on. You're losing your credibility. What the fuck are we playing miscast for? You know we have real counterspells in Commander, right? The Immaculate Five and the Endless Draft Chaff. We have goddamn Glen Elendra. Okay, so we can't keep that hand. We free mulligan. This doesn't look good for us, but at least it's 1 less, so I'll keep it off the free mulligan. Land, skip a turn. Land, we hit ramp. God save us. Land, we hit technically ramp. God save us. I think we have to zoological study here. So we do the 3, we mill 5. Immaculate 5, get to hand, baby. Thank you. We get to Farseek. Actually, I probably don't even Farseek. I stick this so that the turn after this I can... the guild authorizes me to jork it. And then I can Farseek after? Sure. This is fetchable with Farseek. Nobody get in the comments. So now we have 5 mana. We have nothing we really want to put into play. God, we can Ancient Brass Dragon, but we have nothing to get back with Ancient Brass Dragon. So I guess we could have swung with one of the Immaculate Five last turn. Yeah, so last turn we get a Brass Dragon hit. And so we roll a d20. So we would have gotten 8. We get fucking... I'm going to say these are the spoils we got from turning Sarkhan into Ancient Brass Dragon. We can quasi-duplicate Ancient Brass Dragon, which will turn Sarkhan back into Ancient Brass Dragon. We swing 2 Ancient Brass Dragons. 17. 20. Okay. Anything that is on the graveyard, we own. However, if the graveyards are not full, we get told to go fuck ourselves. That is rough. Next turn, we Ignoble Hierarch. So we are now... We get to play Tiamat turn 9. going to sound crazy when I say this. This is fire. I think you are too in on the copying and not in enough on getting the Immaculate 5 out to play in the first place. Like, you have enough lands. We can talk about, oh, it's one goldfish. Maybe you got unlucky on the land drops. I know you have enough pieces of ramp, but we kept drawing these, like, if I do the thing, do more thing. 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 And when you are in a top-heavy strategy like this, we do want to be focused on how do I do the thing once. You do not need, this is not the set of a pornographic film. You do not need to bust 18 times back to back. We need you to have one solid execution. It just needs to happen well one time, and then you're good. Let's see if God loves you more. So Mire, Beseju. I'm going to hit Time of Need. I'm going to hope to God you have the best creature this deck could ever ask for, you motherfucker. Where's my girl? Where's my girl? You want to be out here with the Immaculate 5. You want the Immaculate 5? She says 5. She has 5 on it. Especially if we're on this legendary tutoring bullshit. This is fabulous ramp for you that's going to be reusable and is going to turn into a good creature for you. So I'm going to take back this tutor, and I'm just going to Knight's Whisper instead. We'll draw 2. I'll dump 3 steps ahead. Turn 3. We go ba. We go ba. Turn 4. We go ba. Now you just rolling dice to roll them. Now you're just rolling dice because you like it. Which, again, if we admit that, I'm cool with it. But come on. Why are we spending 7 mana to make treasure tokens instead of 7 mana to get the Immaculate 5 we have named the fucking band after? It's on theme. I'm a D&D player. Ultimate defense. Just hit the fucking Dr. Fate hand symbols. It's on theme! And then I can't say anything bad about it. And I think here we just, like, so here's the thing. Like, we're so in on how do we make this reliable. The clones can work if we get a dork, but, like, fuck the Immaculate 5. The best thing I'm about to do is I make dorks. Every upkeep, give me dork. See, like, this is... Oh, and Kolagon came for us in the time of need. Okay. So now we get Tiamat. We get the Immaculate 5. We can't break hand size, so I'm going to dump the useless fuck-ass cards. There we go. Turn 7. New dork. We have a ton of mana now. We have a ton of mana. So we go... But we still can't double cast. We have quite a lot of mana, but we cannot double cast anything. I feel like I'm sending a dragon out to die here. Like, the table has me on notice. I probably send out the ancient bronze dragon to get shot in the chest. I now have extra land drop from Endless Evil. God, I still can't double cast anything. Now I probably play Kolagon. And now with haste, I play bronze. And this is like turn 9. Whew. Okay, do we have the really good this, like, cuz this feels, I love what it's doing. It feels too slow for most of the like serious dragon decks. And so we have Bloom Tender. Do we have the Fabro Elder? No. All right, we're missing the other guy that is like, hey, do we have rainbow? Taste the fucking rainbow. Tap. So I would put in the other Taste the Rainbow. You untag this shit from ramp right now. You untag this bullshit from the ramp section immediately. I would also recommend like Fertile Ground. Legitimately not that good for you. I think what's good for you, Creature Dorks can be very useful for you because you're so heavy on clones. The Creature Dorks can at least be cloned if you run out of ramp. But what you want a lot are things like Sky Shroud Claim. Everything in your deck costs so much mana that spending like turn 2 getting 1 extra land actually sets up nothing for you because everything you care about doing costs $10,000. However, turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Cultivate, or like turn 3 Sky Shroud Claim, we need to be spending more mana to get more lands. Yeah, Open the Way is another good example. Like turns 3 through 7 for you are getting clogged up with like, I have almost enough to do what I want to do, but it won't work out because the options I have are I can spend 1 mana to get nothing done, or I can spend 10 mana to have the WWE entrance music play and my dragons eat you. And I think we want to move some of the like either 10 mana do nothings or some of even the 1 mana do very littles into 3 to 4 mana ramp a lot so that I can then cast my commander. Hey man, listen. Just let him, hey. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this right now? I had 4 dragonfire. I had too many. It was going to be embarrassing if people saw how I lived with all my framed dragonfires laying around my house. We need to separate thematic from says word. I'm not even envisioning this as a dragon deck. I am envisioning this as a band. Tiamat and the Immaculate Five are a band, a stage play, a troupe, whatever you want to think of it as. But we need to divorce the idea of this from being this is my dragon themed deck. This is my Immaculate Five themed deck. Some dragon synergies are going to be really powerful here, but we do not just want to flop in anything that says dragon, because we're on 8 fucking dragons. Also, Sutina sucks crazy donkey ass. Did you pull this out of a pack? This is 3 mana ramp 1 versus... This is losing the fight to cultivate. We are at... Yes, okay. Okay, you little fucking pack goblin. We're $900 deep. We do not have to be scraping this out of the J25 bulk box. So, things I would cut. Things I would cut. I would cut Sutina. I would cut Fertile Ground. I would... I would cut Ovia. This is going to sound crazy, and I just want you to hear me out for a moment. I think cheating into play with no haste is not great. It does give trample. You already have flying. If you are playing into a table where other people have really good flying blockers, sure, I don't believe you. But if you have to play into a different dragon deck, then keep her. Otherwise, I think them being gigantic fuck you flyers. There's an Dragon player. Okay, never mind. Keep it. Swashbuckler Extraordinaire. I think this is like kind of... No, actually, fuck it. Keep it. Fuck it. Keep that guy. Karlach's fine. Duelist is fine. I really don't like Double Major. Legitimately. Most of the situation, unless the ramp situation gets really, really fixed, you did not have the mana to be dropping Double Major on top of your good stuff, and you did not have the time to be waiting to have the mana to Double Major on top of your good stuff. Like, I think any situation in which you have mana open to Double Major, you would rather hold up an actual counterspell to protect your board. So this one feels like a reach to me. The rest of those feel okay. Time of Need is fine if we put Gwenna in the deck. And then we can try to keep this super fucked up card draw. I would highly recommend proxying some fetch lands and proxying some Triomes, because not hitting your pips is going to be absolute butchery in this deck. But for the most part, I fuck with this immensely. Tiamat and the Immaculate Five, relentlessly cooler. I'm not going to say like more interesting because it's not super complicated, but this is relentlessly cooler than every other Tiamat deck I've ever seen. Goreclaw is in. Oh shit, me when I lie? Me when I'm a dirty fucking little liar? I like this guy, depending on the table you're doing. Oh, thank you, baby. I fuck with this guy a lot. You either do this guy or you do Surak and Dragonclaw, or sorry, Surak and Goreclaw, or you do both. The uncounterability is solid. Surak and Goreclaw giving you trample and haste. Like, this is better than Ovia for 90% of situations you will find yourself in. Most of what this deck is suffering from is a lack of haste enabling. This is a great idea. It is, however, extremely cute, and giving the rest of the table a round to blow up your stage before the band starts playing. Woof. You could even do like the Hunt Caller, even though he's not the best, but he's going to give you like a lot of power. You really want to stick a dragon with haste, and Luxanu brings up a good point that I'm kind of tentative about adding. Dragon Tempest is a phenomenally good card, but it also says if I resolve this and Ancient Golden Dragon, I win. Which is kind of, it could legitimately be like too powerful for what this deck wants to do, because if you have Dragon Tempest out, an Ancient Gold Dragon connects with anybody, and you roll above like a 7, table explodes. Table just fucking folds instantly. And so even though Dragon Tempest is a really good card for the deck, I would be cautious about adding it in, because I think it instantly becomes the best thing the deck can do, and then all you're fishing for is, where do I, can I get the Dragon Tempest? And if I get Dragon Tempest, can I then get Ancient Golden Dragon? And can I get him? Ravaz also good. Ravaz is better like recursion than most of the other things you can do. This is also 2 mana for any dragon spell, which is good because you want to get to Tiamat mana as fast as we can. One of your Skyshroud Claim-esque things could be Encroaching Dragonstorm, since this is get 2 basic lands. But these are the types of things I would add. I would add in more impactful 4-drops. Like, I think right now a lot of our 4-drops are win more cheatery. It's like, oh, how do I clone even more? How do I cheat in even more? And we don't have enough of, for 4 mana, how do I put a down payment on this dragon house? I wouldn't do Strionic. I think Strionic is we're just replacing one reach with another. Yeah, Terrence, I would say, first of all, God bless you. Even if I don't technically believe in him, may God bless you and your family line for finally doing something cool with Tiamat. I love the name. I love that this is like legitimately spooky and interactable. But I do think we need to buff it out with like, how do I make sure that on turn 5 or 6, I'm playing Tiamat, and after that, I am playing these dragons with haste. That is that is the ideal for the deck. There's some cute ways to do it, like Sarkhan, but for the most part, we just need to take cards like Sutinu, replace them with cards like Skyshroud Claim and Encroaching Dragonstorm. This is a greedy soap opera. You should be proud of it. The greedy part is you built maybe half of a good deck, and then you looked around at the packs you had just opened, and you were like, it says get a land. And then you died. And you got fucking killed by people who had built their entire deck rather than half of the deck. Yeah, Amber, we don't have anger in the deck. I think saying there's a lot of draw discard is a little bit crazy. I'm not super up on, this is a lot of draw discard. I think there's some. Oh shit, we don't have background music on. That's fucked. But overall, I love this. Team Your Ascendancy, I'm hearing calls for. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yes. Hell yes. Instantly. Ball out. Play this card, turn on the XXX movies, jump out of a fucking helicopter. Job done. Does everything you want. So I'm hearing calls for Orbs of Dragonkind. I am not as confident in the Orbs of Dragonkind outside of maybe Carnelian. And the reason why, maybe Jade. But because we are not on, oh, look at all these dragons, we're only on a couple dragons. This is 3 mana. 3 mana is the break point where we normally want to get 2 mana out of the thing. We want to get 2 lands, or we want to have the creature tap for 2 or more mana. Instead, we're going to scry 2 off of 8 cards in the deck. We're going to, go 1 mana up to color fix our dragons. Doing it for haste, possibly worth it. Doing it for hexproof, depending on your table, also possibly worth it. It depends, Terrence, if they are reacting to the Immaculate 5 with Murder or if they are reacting to the Immaculate 5 with Farewell. If they're board wiping you, don't do the Jade Orb. If they're just shooting it with sorcery speed removal when they untap, do Carnelian. And do Jade. But Carnelian's good in basically every situation. Jade Orb is good in single target removal. Shadow Qua, they have an Dragon player, so I was gonna recommend board wide haste, but into Dragon, no. Get a Jasper, it's on theme. Debo, that's only true for the part of the deck where the theme is this is a bad deck with a lot of cards that say dragon on it. We're trying to move away from that theme. Would not recommend the Mox Jasper, because again, won't do anything until we already have Tiamat. But overall, Terrence, legitimately good job. Pretty good curve. I don't think we have to change the curve a tremendous amount, but it's a lot of swapping. A lot of swapping. We have sneak attack already. So Terrence, thank you for submitting. We will do one more call for plain Simple Steve, but I think Simple Steve is a victim of spam filter. But we shall see. The hate on one of my 4 Dragon's Fires, Crazy Mold. This card is awful. This card is legitimately awful. I love bad cards. This card is so bad. This card is 3 damage. 3 damage until turn 8, which is the average speed at which you cast Tiamat. Then it's good. Yeah, I have a lot of Draft Chaff is not a defense for playing the bad card. It's a reason you should donate to Magic Kids. If you want to, Draft Chaff, just build a silly deck. It's not helping anybody to build a deck that's mostly good and then sometimes plays the worst card you've ever seen. If you want to make a deck of Draft Chaff, play PEDH. Play Pauper EDH. That shit is great. It's a good time. And you can use all of these Dragonfire-ass cards in a relatively fair setting. But right now it's just I don't know what I'm going to do. Am I going to play a creature that will tap for 5 mana? Or am I going to deal 3 to someone? Oh, Steve, you're here. No, we just at some point need you to sound off that you are here so we can do your deck. I do need to hit a manual ad break so that we have time to do it without the pre-roll demons coming back. So I will hit just a 1-minute ad break, and then we're good. And then we can review your deck, buddy. I'm going to mix up some more Gamer Subs GG using my own code MAULD. All right, we are back. We have a personal question from Exotic Show. Please hit me with it, my friend. And then we have a random Smasher Pass to do. Personal question, just checking in, Mauled. How are you doing? I mean, listen, guys. Anything I complain about is bullshit. Look around at my job. This is my full-time career now. I still have problems, but anything I'm unhappy about is objectively stupid at this point. My life is amazing. It's wondrous. I have a super sexy goth GF who's very smart and makes my videos better while also making me very tasty coffee drinks while playing League of Legends with me. And Katazumi, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven. That said, the past month I've definitely been overtired. The last month I've definitely gotten into a position of being like, because job awesome, I can do endless amount of job. And I also think that I've been putting my priorities in the wrong buckets. I had put a lot of like time and energy behind the World of Warcraft stuff recently. It's been a lot of fun. It does not pay off from, if anybody want to know that the behind the scene analytics on the World of Warcraft gameplay, that shit is not a reasonable business venture. And so, oh yeah, let me turn on the haunting background music for Steve's roast. And so there's been a lot of overinvestment in stuff that is like, I should have been a little bit more responsible about where I put my energy. So I've been like crazy tired, crazy stressed out because I'm putting like hours and hours into streaming, and it's like bad for my analytics. And I think I'm getting better as a streamer, which I think is going to pay dividends with my content as a whole. But I've just been like behind the ball on a lot of stuff. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but after making changes to the Stinky ship, I vatsted 42 creatures last night for an intense dopamine flood and then one with Rise of the Dark Realms. Can we get some fucking claps in chat for DMC taking the Stinky ship and making it fucking happen? Can we get some claps in chat for turning this into the monster it was always meant to be? Thank you all very much. But that's fucking... that's awesome. So... But anyway, the upshot of the, like... not breakdown I've been having, but the upshot of the overstress that I've been feeling is I'm going to try to, like, rein in some of the variety streaming stuff, make it more focused. Not stop doing it, but I don't want to be doing like, we're going to stream 10 hours today just to do it. I want to, if I'm streaming 10 hours that day, I want to do it because we have 10 hours of like good shit to do. And if I look at my like Sully Gnome statistics, I think I've streamed like 120 hours in the last month or something. It's like a lot more than normal. So when it's like a Decro stream, we're still going to do the vamping. I think that's part of the content. I think that's part of what I enjoy doing about it and what people like hearing about it. But it's going to be like, hey, when we're done with stuff, we're done with stuff, and I got to go figure out more short form content. Like the Draco Genesis video I just posted, I really like that video. I really, really like that video. I like that format that's less aggressively punchy with the punchlines. And I think a lot of the last month, I have been draining all the energy I would have had for a video like that by just doing an extra long stream. That does not create content that's as good as that video. Dead Sniper 742, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Silvos, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile. Maul, should I feel good or bad about resolving Ulamog the Defiler into Oblivion Sower against the landfall decks? Good. They have stuff to sacrifice. What the fuck have they been doing with their landfall triggers? Annihilate them. Guards? Annihilator 69, this man. Go ahead. I actually prefer it to the Kevin one. They both are good. Like, yeah, like the, when I filmed it, I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be so boring. And then when I watched it, I was like, oh, this is just like less cringe than the other ones. I'll still do the cringe ones because to be cringe is to be free, and you should be cringe from time to time. But that one I was like, oh, this is better than what I because normally I feel like such a disgruntled. No, if you could copy paste it, we will answer it, and then we will jump on into Steve's deck. Oh, you're stealing the land, Silvos. Well, that's interesting. Let me think about that. Nobody pour anything out for Silvos. Piss on his grave. That is all we are accepting at this time. Thank you. What's the most that's right, it goes in the square hole moment you've ever had? I'm having trouble parsing that statement in a way that I can understand it. Do you mean like thing that seemed the most obvious in hindsight, or like I felt like an idiot? Abnormal high, thank you for the prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Oh, it's a video reference. Oh, it just all goes in the square hole. You use something obvious to surprise the table in an unusual way. Unfortunately, it's probably the video I posted yesterday. If you want like a Magic specific example, it would probably be like, oh, just use Craterhoof. What Z said mainly. Did Z sound off again? Am I fucking blind today? What's going on? Or is this before you zoned out for the hour that Z said something? Oh, not that Z. Got it. Oh, Z was putting everything in the same hole regardless of shape. Oh, we're wrinkling my brain on this one. Where I just put everything in the same hole, regardless of shape. Honestly, Soul Ring might fit the description the way people use it. Yeah, that's a good one. I think for me the strongest example is like in every deck, in every first draft I have ever made, I put consider in the card draw hole, and it shouldn't fucking go there. I end up cutting it all the time. But I put consider in the card draw hole every single goddamn deck I build, even though it is applicable in maybe like 1 out of 10. Because I'm an is it spellslinger boy at heart, so in my head I'm like, fucking storm count, baby. Okay. Let's get Steve's deck. This is silly, spooky. I kindly let my opponents draw cards and politely ask that they use them to kill each other. A tip of 33% is suggested for my services. I also like to imagine I have a theme where Marchesa's corrupt kingdom employs assassins, cut deals with demons, and pits rivals against one another, but I know what I am. This is war profiteering with Queen Marchesa. So death touch haste, introduce the monarch, let somebody else take it, and see what the fuck happens. But we get little death touchers. Welcome to my knife gala, please take a gift bag. So we are on at least some degree of group hug if we are giving away cards. Baylor on attack or die. On attack or die, crazy shit happens. Brina, good card alert. What are we doing? What are we doing, brother? How's this part of the... If I do not see Rise into the Dark Realms, I'm coming back and I'm vine booming you for this shit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, welcome to my knife gala. Pay no attention to me applying a bunch of band-aids in the corner. What the fuck? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You little weasel. You little wiener. Okay, what else are we doing? So we're giving out treasures, making everyone lose life. Letting people draw cards for attacking opponents. Draw cards. Wheel. Draw cards. Okay, so we've made the classic group hug mistake, which is like, oh, what if I just jerked everyone off? You want to be very, very strict on you are giving people benefits that you can control. You've said, air quotes, politely ask that they use them to kill each other. This welcome to my knife gala take a gift bag section, you are unironically giving people the tools to win the game and then going, please use them on somebody else. Please, I could be your Discord kitten if you did not use all the cards I gave you for free to win the game. So what you need to be careful about, and this is what I've told a number of group hug players, you have to pick an avenue by which you are giving people advantage. And after you have picked the avenue by which you are giving people advantage, you need ways to gatekeep. The 3 G's of group hug are gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. I know you have tagged this group slug because you're a little liar. Descent into Avernus kind of group slug. Anvil, hey, what if I just helped you? This isn't like a payday loan. You're not a shark with fucking bats or anything. You're just like, hey man, do you want $10 for free? DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. No, I haven't seen Spice's video on group hug. Uh, like memory jar is just like, oh, what if I what if I just switched up what was in your hand for literally no gain? Oh, you don't know what I'm doing next. I'm a rascal. I'm crazy. I'm like a woodpecker in a hen house. And then they just fucking kill you. Baby, thank you for reminding stream that this is your last chance to get reduced cost gift subs. Like you're trying to carry a lot of this deck on the emotional pain of other people having to discard. And once this deck breaches the middle school containment zone, people are going to realize, oh, you're just helping me. Like, Spiteful Visions is good. I would believe in it more if we had like 18 versions of this effect. We are giving out so many cards to maybe deal 10 damage over the course of a game. And as soon as we play against a deck that has its own game plan, we get blown out. All right, the gift bags are full of knives. Nope. Sure. There we go. This is much better. Good card alert. Okay, so we want to pillow fort. And then eventually win the game, because we do not need Iron Maiden type effects. Holy shit, we're trying to make the deck better, Cad. Now we stab ourselves. You first. I'm not confident that I like a lot of this passive goad. And then this is just coward shit. I won't defend, respect, or even make jokes about you attempting to sit there in the corner and fucking gain life all game. You're Mardu. Kill them first. So fuck this card. 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 I refuse to find out. This one's okay. And then we have ramp. I mean, this looks, and I mean this as kindly as I can, this looks tailor-made to defeat a bracket 2 dinosaur deck and lose to every other deck in the world. So we have Mardu pseudo control because we're giving out a lot of cards, but we get to, I mean, let me goldfish it and see how we're doing here. You have the Soul Ring open. That's like as good as we can ask for, right? As we do all of that stuff. Wow. We're insane. We Scrawling Crawler. I'm gonna do fucking Monarch to track how much crawler damage we've gotten. So we get 1 crawler damage. Up to 2 crawler damage, up to 4. We've given the table 3 extra cards at this point. I would have had an extra card. I extra card again. I play this. I 1 ring. I'm giving more people extra cards. I draw a card for my bird encounters on the 1 ring. And now we play this and wait. And this is unbeatable combo against Pantlaza. Dog shit terrible against everything north of Pentlasa. I think one of the other decks we saw this stream was like this too, where it suffered desperately from like, oh god, I'm so afraid of the Stompy player. How do I beat the Stompy player? That they backed themselves into. How do I lose to everything else on the fucking spot? I'm gonna give you 3 cards a turn to leave me the fuck alone. Is what this deck is on. Oh, it's part of the vamping at the beginning. So your individual card choices, not bad. Doing this solitary confinement thing. Oh, it was the Dravna One Ring that this is reminding me of, because we're doing the same thing with solitary confinement and then plus One Ring plus Scrawling Crawler, like doing something to draw enough to feed the solitary confinement. We're like, oh god, oh fuck, I never want to take damage in my entire life. A non-damage based win con, never heard of it. And so this setup is one of the better setups we have seen into any boards that want to punch you. The Aristocrats player wins for free. The blue player wins for free. The alt win con player wins for free. Do we have removal? Fuck no, we don't have removal. What do we have? Take 5 cards. That's what we have. And so it's difficult. Like, these types of decks say much more about the people you play with than they say about you, because they look like they are built to be silver bullets against the pod that you typically play in. Like, these air quotes here, non-sarcastic. This is, you are very generously giving your opponent's card draw, and you are praying to God that they don't use them to beat the fuck out of you. They are not tipping. I think I like the theme of Corrupt Kingdom employs assassins, demons, pits rivals, but it's very like, I don't know, man. What if they just killed you? What if they just stabbed you in the chest? There's a good degree of cute goad. It looks like you bought a playset of Karlov Manor. Taunt from the Rampart is good. What is making me struggle with this deck is this deck looks designed in a laboratory to beat up children, and from a moral standpoint, I don't feel comfortable supporting you in your quest to beat up children, because I am certain this works against the dinosaur player. If you have other like silly level stompy decks, 100%. But we're also like, we can't call ourselves silly when we're wheeling Smothering Tithe. You don't get to. The silly has left your body. The Pee Wee Herman energy has exited as soon as you're like, I resolve Smothering Tithe, draw 4 on upkeep. Like, yeah, man, infinite mana, that's goofy as hell. Wedding Ring's silly for sure. Wedding Ring is definitely silly. But also, oh god, we breezed past Casual Bowmasters as well. Vicious Shadows is cool, thanks. Oh, this is kind of cool, actually, yeah. Shadow Qua, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. And then we have we have One Ring Sheoldred. That was like, that ruled Modern for months. And we've called our deck, it's like we have we have a crazy good deck with erectile dysfunction, which is what is giving me a great degree of distaste about it. Is like the payoffs. We have refused to give ourselves payoffs because we don't want the game to end, because we want to continue doing Queen Marchesa RP, but all of our individual pieces are like crazy fuck you good. And then we've slotted in like random draft cards to try to like bring down the power. We have made a silly deck in aggregate by putting a bunch of scary cards with a bunch of silly cards. Yes, Siren, this is edging. This is commander edging. We have a number of cards that are really good at winning the game, and then we have clogged the deck with a ton of shit that can't win the game because we didn't want to feel bad for trying to win too quickly. When it was like Sheoldred should have been like One Ring Tef Pro should have been the thing that died. The fun deck died for the sins of Sheoldred One Ring. Not a Plains, but an amazing simulation. Yeah, Lantax, good card. Yeah, Tithe, good card. Yeah, Rosenat, I got you. Here's the Gamer Sup slide. Go with peace. Accurate about the half and half, but it was more like take a bad idea and try to give it steroids. And that generally, so like, I want you to imagine if in real life you said, well, what I thought would be fun is I took this 15-year-old who looked really bad at fighting and I gave him a ton of steroids and then I pushed him into the boxing ring. I thought that would be really funny. That's what you've done. This is the results of your labors. Is we just have a deck that is like kind of all over the place in terms of outcomes. Like I imagine, like let's not even go to the goldfish for it, but imagine a game where you're doing like Agitator Ant Nelly Borka, and then a different game where you go Sheoldred, Wheel, Flash-In, Orcish Bowmasters. There is a level of variance that we want out of every commander deck because we're playing the singleton format for a reason. We don't want every game to proceed the exact same way, but holy fuck are those strategies like 10 zip codes away from each other. Like they're not in the same weight class, period. Like we have Mana Barbs, which is like hee hee ho ho, you're going to take 1 damage at a time. And then Wheel into Smothering Tithe, give me infinite mana, me 1 ring. And then also we have like Authority of the Consuls. We also have stuff that's just like vaguely I'm going to make you feel bad. And so you can do nasty stuff. It's okay to do nasty stuff in Commander, but nasty stuff in Commander is typically better when it is focused. I think the problem with this deck isn't that it wants to be evil. The problem with this deck is that it thinks of evil in a very like Snidely Whiplash, twirl my mustache, spend $1 billion way, and not a I need to figure out what my opponents are doing and I need to like perfectly trip them and rub their face in it. Like goading's not unreasonable. Group slugging card draw is not unreasonable. But when we take a look at the entire picture, it's just this like weird diarrhea-based finger painting of cards that make other people feel bad. Just like, oh, I'm going to have your stuff enter tapped, and I'm going to kill it, but I also want to goad it. And then I'm going to hit you with the fucking Shieldred One Ring dog shit. And then I'm going to make you spend life for mana, which is just kind of in the, like, generic group hug. Like, this is the Uncrustables of villainy. You are the brown Uncrustable, but instead of being filled with hazelnut, you're being filled with bad memories. Yeah, like there's a ton of stuff we could do to double down on the various ways the deck is approaching interesting or approaching an actual slant. Like, I like what Karazakar's doing. I like what Brina's doing. We could absolutely fuck that up with things like Gaunty Night Minister. Because, like, this is going to make the board go crazy. This is the type of shit that will make them dance. Versus this is just like, I don't know, dude, I'm asleep. There's Baloth too, but in absence of ways to buff Baloth, I'm not totally convinced. But yeah, if we wanted to be like in on goad, we could do Baloth, we could do Gaunty Night Minister, we could do like big hold on, fourth. This does something, right? This is like best Boros card in the game. We could do like big goad into eventually we overrun the table with like fourth Yorlingast. Like there's a ton of stuff we can do versus just like, I don't know, I'm going to be over here sitting on the bench. Tell me when you die. I was over on the bench. Tell me when you've suffocated. Mathis Fiend Seeker. Let me check that out. Beginning of end step, put a bounty counter on. For as long as it has a bounty counter on it, it has when this creature dies, each opponent draws a card against 2. Here we fucking go. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, like we need some real spite. We need some actual like political gameplay going on. And then I'm feeling this. Then I'm feeling stuff like this a little bit more. Whereas right now, like, this is also personal bias of every single time I have played against a casual draw slug deck, sucks. It sucked every time. Multiple pods, multiple people, multiple decks playing into it. Anybody who has ever done, I'm going to do like Rakdos, damage you on card draw. It has been stinky poo poo. It has been stinky poo poo every time. No exceptions. Oh, is this in-universe Walking Dead guy? I don't think we really like this guy because we're not forcing a lot of other sacrifice. It has the one good effect, but we're not in... Like, we're big on creatures dying. We are not good on... We are not big on forcing everybody to sacrifice stuff. So yeah, this is like, I give you a ton of cards to make myself feel better about the very non-silly, very, very strong cards I have shoved into this deck I'm calling silly. So like, I think this is a deck in deep crisis. And I think the way you fix it is you double down on damage rather than doubling down on like, how do I do card draw group slug? Card draw group slug is like, it's one of the weirdest like in between brackets archetypes to fit, because as you play against better decks, they just win because you gave them a ton of cards. And against worse decks, I've never seen it not be suffocatingly boring. But you probably do have two different decks inside here. It's just like, why are we... Like, the card draw I believe in most is Lauren. You could even do Humble Defector. Like, oh... You want to know what the most fucked up political situation you can make is? You make a deal with somebody that you two just pass each other Humble Defector all fucking game. Like, if we want to talk about, cards good. I want to have a lot of cards. And I want to politically control the table. When we talk about political control, you have to be able to control who's getting the benefits rather than just going like, hey, go crazy, please don't kill me. Please. Whereas, like, this is... I'm not even going to say anything. So yeah, I would really recommend doubling down on the creature stuff and doubling down on things where you get to choose where things are going. Because what you're also doing is you're using this like board-wide card draw to try to cover the fact that you don't have a responsible card draw section. Oh, Siren brings... Hey, you want funny, crazy, silly, political, hit each other stuff to happen? Drop the jewels. Drop jewels in chat right now. This makes motherfuckers lose it. Okay, nobody is going to be normal after a coveted jewel hits the table. Yeah, you can start doing temp stuff as well. I do like some of this one-sided interaction. I feel like it's crazy. This interaction is crazy on the low end for how much you're giving other people. But yeah, like Zerzoth is giving you some 1/1s, but we're really not trying to go wide that well. Liesa's just like, I don't know, 5/5 flying lifelinker. Sure, those are good letters and numbers, but we lack a motive. If we're a good villain, we need a clear motive. Whereas we are cosplaying evil. You're a villain, all right, just not a super one. We are pretending to be the big bad guy. We have a couple really, really strong 2-card synergies. But for the most part, we're covering up this like broad lack of a plan with a couple incredibly splashy, incredibly effective cards. Like, you know, hey, Agitator Ant, sure. Hey, Royal Assassin, sure. But holy fuck, the games where you resolve Shield with the Apocalypse and Orcish Bowmasters, like, I'm just asking you politely yet firmly to leave my fucking house. Versus we can get stuff that's like totally on brand, like Humble Defector, Coveted Jewel, totally on brand. Fiend Seeker, totally on brand. There's a ton of stuff where we can stay on theme and not just be on, I don't know, everybody take some shit. So officially, I try to focus on wheels, looting, and one card at a time to keep from handing out too much. You motherfucker. Are we speaking the same language? You said, I try to give people an entirely new hand to avoid giving out too much. You're going to give me 7. You're going to pass me 7 big ones in an attempt to avoid handing out too much. This is like, I can save you from a lot. I can't save you from beating up children in the park. Which if you're telling me wheels control your table because your table never does anything with the graveyard, you're in hell and you are the devil. And there's all personally, I deeply dislike it. Very much like from the Bible, Zoria. Like, I think this is just a warped Saw game for your specific group of friends. This is some of the stinkiest magic I have ever looked at. This is some of the stinkiest magic I have ever looked at in my life. And there's just like, you play against randoms, this deck looks to me like you are handing out free wins. You're not being the like sneaky political advisor. You're not a sinister vizier. You're just handing out golden tickets for anybody that does not play a very specific kind of game that you are built to be a little parasite about. Oh, this is awful. Oh, how do I make group slug work? What if I shoved $85 into it? What if I shoved a modern deck into my commander deck? Then it would work, surely. Surely. Which if we had, if we class this as like purely spooky, I believe in it more. But then a lot of the cards are like too bad for spooky. Like, and that is the issue, is it is standing very firmly in the two different buckets of like silly haha Marchesa's Kingdom, and then oh god, oh fuck, Sheoldred's hit the table and they wield with Smothering Tithe out. So I'm calling this is truly chaotic. I would personally recommend a complete overhaul into the things like Mathis and into the things like, hi, I'm Steve's partner and play at the table. He's a weasel, and the table is somehow terrified of this deck, except for me, who loves the graveyard. Like, yeah, this deck is like, true, chaotic. See, that I don't even think it's spiteful. Like, this deck thinks making me discard for a wheel is spiteful. That's literally just you helping me. Like, the extent that this deck is spiteful is Steve helps me move and then makes a snide comment about my taste in books as he carries my bookcase for me. That's the spite of this. It's just so little evil. It's just so much like, I don't know, man, what if you drew 3 cards every upkeep? Aren't I such a bad boy? Aren't I such a evil little goober? Hey, go ahead, draw 4. Oh, oh. It's him securing me a win the last 3 times I was there. Exactly. This is just, I get second. Deck. So yeah, Steve, I would stop giving out cards. Your punishments for giving out cards are not good enough and consistent enough. I would really recommend leaning a little more heavily into goad, leaning more heavily into choosing who gets the card draw, because it's like you want the person in last to get the card draw. You do not want to be giving out cards to the person who's already winning. Like, it doesn't matter what your intentions were at the point where the Anvil of Bogardon is giving smallest bat extra cards when they're already choke slamming the table. What you want is you want a humble defector, whoever's behind but might have interaction, to shut down smallest bat. We want things like curses that we can set onto people to encourage everybody to kill them for us. This is, see, if you want to do any type of punishment, like, this is how you do it. This is how you shut down the blue player. You shut down whoever has card draw bombs. Curse of Disturbance. Curse of Hospitality. Like, any of these. Curse of Opulence. Curse of Upset. Like, this is rude. What's up, Beeps? That is a true gooner. Thank you. But these are the types of targeted, focused hating that is going to bring your deck into the actual world of politics, whereas right now you're just in the world of, like, oh, I'm going to pass bat the rock and then let them cook. So things like Brina, Karazakar, Loran, perfect. I think you're spot on about it just being to torment my pod. Typically, it plays like I goad something big to take out a chunk of the table, then drain the remains or wait to die. Yeah, see, I would focus less on draining, and I would be like, I would still do goad something big to take out one part of the table, but try to find a way to flip that for your benefit rather than just sitting back and hoping for the best. Like Orcish Bowmaster, Sheoldred, Razorkin, very, very powerful cards in the right context, also very passive. Get a little bit more active with it. Get a little bit saucy with it. Get a little motion. Move back and forth. Hey, it's been all love for 8 turns. Unfortunately, you let me hit some land drops, and I'm in Mardu, so motherfuckers gotta die. Bang, bang. This is the type of shit we want to be on. So, thank you very kindly for submitting. I hope you enjoyed the roasting. This is where we're going to end it for today. So we're going to find somebody to raid out into. We will be live again tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to be beginning the Darkest Dungeon variety arc. And then Tuesday, we're going to be doing the free roast stream. Oh yeah, Elk's finally live when we are ready to raid. So we will raid our boy, 3-3 Elk. The roast command is going to be the indestructible Justin command, activated by typing !Voltron. For YouTube, that's just going to be it for us, but I will see you again tomorrow at noon. Thank you all so much for watching, for cheering the bits, for subbing. I appreciate that generosity. I hope you're having a good weekend, and please remember to stay toxic.